You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country. Braves Country Today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country Today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country Today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
It all starts with just one thing. Glass jars can be reused to store food and spices, as a holder for combs and brushes in the bathroom, or as a container for plants and homemade candles, in addition to simply being recycled. Find tips and more at onethingus.com.
Hey folks, this is Mark White with The Mark White Show, and you can tune into The Mark White Show every Saturday from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. right here on Rock 99, WQEE The Key, the home of Southern sports and talk.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Braves Country Today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country Today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country Today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Armchair Quarterback Radio is AFC South Country, all NFL season long.
They hand it off Fournette. He's driving, and he's in for the touchdown. Wow!
Drive starts at the 1 and looking for a little breathing room, and they get that and plenty more. Derrick Henry still going. Stays in bounds. He might go. 99 yards for the touchdown. Unbelievable. 2nd and 10. Empty set. Walk downfield, and that is Hilton again. First and goal. Ebron, what a year for him. Eric Ebron, touchdown Colts.
Slant, caught, touchdown. Marquise Lee, and he punts the ball into the stands.
Deep, and he's got it. Keelan Cole, touchdown Jacksonville.
Stay locked in to the AFC South on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
Here's good news. There's still a need for hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity professionals in the U.S. right now. And My Computer Career is training people to help meet the demand. No IT experience? No problem. Take the free career evaluation today. Start your new life as an IT pro in as little as 4 months. Grants covering up to 53% of the cost are available to those who qualify. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles veneer special includes 1 free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment when you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country.
Armchair. You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Radio, #1 sports station.
Good afternoon, and this is your Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Flash. Got a pretty good slate for a Monday night in August for Major League Baseball. It all gets going. The big one, pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves. 7:20 first pitch right here on Braves Country HD. Find us on YouTube today. It's youtube.com/@Braves Country. Atlanta welcomes in the New York Yankees, who are 60-58 on the year. Clark Schmidt will be on the bump for the Yanks. He's 8-6 with a 4.23 ERA. It's Max Fried Day for your Atlanta Braves, 3-1 with a 2.5 ERA. Braves come in 11 games in front of the Philadelphia Phillies. Magic number is 34. Other games in action tonight: Astros at the Marlins, Framber Valdez versus Braxton Garrett. And the Pirates are at the Mets at 7:10 Eastern. Priester versus Carrasco. Bang that over. 7:45 A's and Cardinals. JP Sears versus Mikolas. The Angels and Rangers, 8:05 Eastern. Sandoval versus Scherzer. While the Royals host the Mariners, who are suddenly back in the wild card hunt, Logan Gilbert and Brady Singer. 8:40 Diamondbacks at the Rockies. Chris Flexen on the bump. And at 9:40, you got the Orioles and the Padres. Grayson Rodriguez, young right-hander, will go head-to-head on the left coast versus Yu Darvish. The late pitch tonight, pretty good matchup, pretty good series. The Tampa Bay Rays are at the San Francisco Giants. We'll see those Giants starting on Friday for Alumni Weekend at Truist Park. Tonight, the Rays will send Tyler Glasnow, who's been on the shelf for several days, appears ready to roll. San Francisco going to a bullpen game. Ryan Walker will be the opener. Take a real quick look at the standings in Major League Baseball as we head into this week. In the home stretch, the Atlanta Braves are 75-42. Just 45 games left in the Major League Baseball season. 11 games in front of Philly, 14 in front of Miami, 22.5 in front of the New York Mets, and 23 in front of the Washington Nationals. NL Central looks like this. Milwaukee has kind of opened their lead up with a 3.5 game lead on the Cubs and the Reds. The Dodgers pounding the NL West into submission, 8.5 in front of the Giants, 12.5 in front of Arizona. San Diego with the eyes on the wild card now, 15.5 back. American League, Baltimore 3 in front of Tampa, 8 in front of the Toronto Blue Jays. While tonight's opponent, the New York Yankees, sit at the bottom, 13 out of first place. American League Central, Minnesota, 4.5 in front of Cleveland, 8 in front of Detroit. In the AL West, could be a fun one down the stretch. Texas has a 2.5 game lead on Houston. You look at the wild card standings in the National League, Philadelphia has the number 1 slot for the wild card at 65-54. The Giants are a game and a half back of Philly in the number 2 slot, while the Marlins are holding on for the 3rd slot. Marlins sit in front of the Cubs by a half game, along with the Reds, 2.5 in front of Arizona, 5.5 in front of San Diego. The American League wild card looks like this. Tampa Bay has the 1st slot in the AL wild card, while Houston is 2.5 back of Tampa with the 2nd slot. Toronto sits 5 behind Tampa in the 3rd and final AL wildcard spot. On the outside looking in, Seattle 1.5 out, Boston 3 out, and the Yankees 5. The Angels are 6.5 out, and Cleveland way back at 8.5. And the Associated Press writers poll is out, college top 25. The Georgia Bulldogs, 60 of the 63 first place votes. Bulldogs ranked number 1 in the country. Michigan number 2, Ohio State 3. Michigan receiving 2 number 1s, Ohio State receiving 1. Alabama and LSU round out the top 5. Other teams of note: Penn State 7, FSU 8, and Clemson 9. Tennessee Volunteers are number 12, while Notre Dame is number 13. Oklahoma Sooners 20th in the country, North Carolina 21, while Ole Miss is 22 and Texas A&M 23. The Tulane Green Wave, they are number 24 in the land. One of the most disturbing stories in sports in quite some time, Major League Baseball has launched an investigation into Tampa Bay Rays shortstop Wander Franco. The team placed Franco on the restricted list after social media posts questioned the alleged nature of a relationship between Franco and a 14-year-old woman. Franco, 22 years old, did not make the trip with the Rays to San Francisco, where they begin a 3-game series Monday. Teams can use the restricted list, which takes a player off the team's roster and is typically unpaid for a variety of situations, including potential legal matters. A statement released by the team, quote, the Tampa Bay Rays and Wander Franco have mutually agreed we will go on the restricted list and take leave from the club for the duration of the current road trip, unquote. And that's your Armchair Quarterback Sports Flash. Stay tuned for Braves Country right here on WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, simulcasting on youtube.com at Braves Country.
Armchair.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Why did you get so drunk?
You got drunk. I'm just really exhausted.
What's in that cup?
Armor Cokes.
Do you have any idea how important this is? We're trying to save the pump. Really? This is what you're doing? This is what you're doing?
Chief, what do you want to do tonight?
The same thing we do every night. Try to take over the world.
106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
Armchair.
YouTube Live.
Radio station.
The radio station you can call your own. Do you know what listeners like about our station?
I like everything. It's always on my radio.
We never stop the music, except for now, when I talk.
Listening to Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We're here live weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key, and simulcasting on youtube.com/at Braves Country. Your first choice for Southern sports. Good afternoon. I'm Mac Magee, and I don't know much, but I know one thing. It's going to be a long fall for everyone who hates Bama, hates Georgia, hates Michigan, hates Ohio State. The AP poll is out.
Armchair.
Community Access Channel.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man.
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Hope you're having a great day. I am busy day for me on Mondays with us doing the Braves Country brunch, 11 a.m. Eastern. If you missed that, no worries. We play it as the pregame show on Monday nights, kind of do a double dip there to get people. Basically, what you'll notice on Mondays is that the Atlanta Braves, they don't take a back seat to anybody, but it is really difficult to squeeze everything in when you have this much going on with the world of football, the world of baseball. You're going to have the playoffs coming soon, and the AP poll is out. I'm going to take our sign down real quick. It'll go right back up as we're trying to get those 100 likes. Let's get them early so we can get that sign off, because we got Braves Yankees tonight. So if you're just driving around or whatever and you want to dip into YouTube real quick and hit that like button, Braves Country HD, 100 likes, and we take the sign down for every game. The Georgia Bulldogs are number one in the land. No surprise there. Defending champs, back-to-back champs are going to try to go back-to-back-to-back. And they've got a really easy schedule this year. They're going to be favored in every game. They've also got a really good team this year. So a little bit from column A, a little bit from column B. And I would suspect that Georgia's going to find their way in the playoffs come hell or high water. I would be surprised if they're not. We're doing Georgia Day next Friday. So today is Buffalo Bills Day. We're doing the Buffalo Bills. And hello to all Bills Mafia today. Tomorrow, I have the schedule in front of me somewhere. Tomorrow is the Auburn Tigers. And Thursday, we're doing the Jacksonville Jaguars. Friday, for you Florida State and Clemson fans, it's Florida State Clemson Day. So we do these mini camps. It doesn't engulf the entire show. We just kind of talk a little bit and make some predictions. But we've been doing this for a long time, and it's one of our favorite things to do on the show as we get ready for the football season, is just kind of take a peek at these teams. So with all that going on, we're going to be reacting to the weekend Falcons game. We're going to be reacting to the Titans game, the Buccaneers, the Jaguars, all the Southern teams. And it's hard to squeeze everything in. So on Monday mornings and on Thursday mornings throughout the fall, we're going to bring you Braves Country Brunch. And it goes 11 a.m. Usually somewhere between 30 to 45 minutes, depends on what's popping. I always say I'm going to get it done in a half hour, and there's always way too much to talk about with the Braves. So it usually goes about 45 minutes. And there you have that. So into what is crack-a-lacking in the world of sports. Holy cow. So it's real now. Now it's real. Now, we already had the coaches poll. And a lot of people scoff at the coaches poll. I don't know if I'm actually in that group. I believe that both polls are kind of the same, essentially. They're just a guessing game, but they're good talking point to get the fans going on college football as it gets rolling. It gives you a reason. People say, oh, the polls are worthless. Wait till week 9 or whatever the hell goofy number they have. Here's the thing. Not only has it always been done this way, but it's always been done this way for a very good reason. There's too many teams in college football. So to have any kind of a litmus for fans to get excited about, to get them looking forward to the beginning of the season, you didn't have anybody ranked. What are going to draw your eyes to the screens other than I want to watch my team, right? So there is a good reasoning for it. And I know a lot of people think it's a lot of junk. It's not a lot of junk. I'm telling you right now, it's a lot of good reasoning for the television programmers to know what games to put on, games of interest, et cetera, et cetera. And it's good talking about it. It doesn't hurt anything, because by the end of the season, if you run the table, if you do the damn job, the cream will rise to the top. So it's not the end all beats off you're not ranked. It doesn't assure you a championship slot, a playoff title run if you're ranked high. It just shows you what's in front of you. So right now, for those of y'all that are listening to radio and can't see the screen, by the way, we do want to say hi to everybody on WQEE 99.1 FM here in Atlanta, our mothership, and then, of course, the CBS affiliates that Jason and company pick us up. I think we're in 3 other markets today. So here's the deal. Georgia's number 1, Michigan's number 2, Ohio State 3, Alabama 4, and number 5 is LSU. Not big shock there. Pretty much mirrors the coaches poll. You got the next group, which is LSU 6, USC 7, Penn State 8. Why is that important? Because Florida State and LSU 5 versus 8, they are going to face off first game of the season, Sunday night, September 3rd. How about that? That's a big day, by the way, in the sports world, in the Southern sports world. Braves and Dodgers are going at it that weekend, and college football is going to be cranking up. I've got a really busy day on the September 3rd because I've got Braves-Dodgers at 4 p.m., and then I'm hoping I'm off in time. I've got a couple of obligations to hit a couple of stations to talk. Not only do I have one now on the docket now to talk Braves baseball in reaction to the Dodgers series, but then also going on to a couple of stations to talk Florida State LSU. So that's going to be a busy, busy weekend. And then somehow I'm squeezing in on the 2nd. We're going to do our fantasy football kickoff, and that's a lot of fun. That will only be on Braves Country HD. Why? Because it's not a good radio show. It just isn't. We sit around, we're looking at we tried to turn a radio show in years past, and I'm telling you, it's brutal. You need the screen. You need to know what we're looking at, because there's a lot of guys rifling through trying to make their picks, and it's a fun league that we do. It's a free league. We're thinking about adding a couple of viewers, so if there's any interest, y'all hit me up to add a couple of viewers to this. And it's a free league that you just go in and play, and the winner gets a trophy. And it's a goofy trophy. I think we've gone to rings recently, but it's fun. It's fun bragging rights, right? So that's why we do it. We'll do it for baseball again this year and this coming or next year. And next year, I hope to include a couple of viewers on that. So if there's interest, let me know. I'll tell you how to hit us up and away from there. The rest of the poll, make sure I'm reading this right. Number 11 is Texas, 12 is Tennessee. I think the Volunteers are probably a tad underrated, to be honest with you. I think they're going to be rolling. I think Joe Milton's going to be flying. That offense is going to be rocking and rolling. I think they're just a touch underrated. Notre Dame is 13. I don't know what to make of Notre Dame this year. Let me turn off the sound effect. It can't be crack-a-lacking that long, right? I don't know about y'all, but any fire I've ever built, that thing dies quickly. So Notre Dame, I got to see how they play against Ohio State. They've got 3 big games this year. If Notre Dame runs the table, there's no reason why Notre Dame can't be in the playoffs. It's a big ask. If Notre Dame wins 2 of 3, they're going to have an argument. Now, Notre Dame needs to join a conference. I get that. If they don't join a conference, it's going to get ugly quickly because they're going to be the odd man out. They're going to be on the outside looking in. I get all that. But going into this season was I'm focusing on, if they win 2 out of 3, there is a very good chance that they can make it. They play Clemson, they play Ohio State, and they play Southern Cal. Say that again. Clemson, Ohio State, and Southern Cal. All 3 of those teams are preseason top 10. So if the 3 of those teams have a good season, very good season, and Notre Dame takes 2 out of 3, they're going to have an argument. What's always going to hurt Notre Dame until they join probably the Big Ten is they don't have a conference title. What they do on the regular season is all they've got. They don't have that extra push. And because all the other outlets are not in bed with Notre Dame, so used to Notre Dame ruled the roost because they wanted Notre Dame to be on television. They wanted Notre Dame as highly ranked as possible. They wanted Notre Dame in championship games because they felt like it had a huge following. I don't think that following is quite there anymore. It's still a very popular team, but it's now very sectionalized. Used to, Notre Dame was the national program, but nowadays, with the strength of the SEC and other Southern teams over the last several decades, I guarantee you ask a kid who's grown up watching college football, we'll say a kid around 25 years old, they would scoff at you if you told them Notre Dame was big time. Because they haven't been. They've had a couple of seasons, and they're still a program to be reckoned with, but Notre Dame needs to join a conference. The rest of it looks like this. You got Utah. Utah starts their season off against the Gators, by the way. Gators have not been ranked in any of the polls. Who else do we have for that? Oregon. Of course, Oregon's heading to the Big Ten. Kansas State, TCU, Oregon State, Wisconsin, Oklahoma, another team heading to the SEC. North Carolina with May coming back at quarterback, that should be a fun team. Ole Miss should be a fun team to watch. Texas A&M, they're 23rd. I don't know what to make of them. I got to see it. I got to see it to believe it. And it's kind of cool that the Tulane's sitting there at 24, Iowa 25. I think Tulane, what they did last year and what they've started to build there, I think that's a respectable preseason ranking for them. But you got a lot of teams that have to basically put up or shut up time, and that's what we have in the world of college football. All right, let's go ahead and take a really quick break. When we come back, we're going to dive into the Braves. Some things going on there and things going on in the National Football League, along with the rest of Major League Baseball. The power rankings are back out. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country. Get everybody's reaction to that. You're listening to Braves Country HD. Keep it locked in here on WQEE and 99.1 FM, Metro Atlanta.
I'm bad at sex. There's a lot of thrashing and thumping, but nothing really gets done. I'm like a broken dishwasher.
Armchair Quarterback Radio. We cover the world of baseball from start to finish.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship. A liner off Nagy's glove into center field. The Florida Marlins have won the World Series.
Brocious, fittingly with a throw, and the Yankees have done it again. Number 24. They are the world champions of baseball in 1998. Chance of a lifetime for Luis Gonzalez. 2-2, bottom of the ninth, game 7 of the World Series. Bases loaded. Floated, center field. The Diamondbacks are world champion. Red Sox fans have longed to hear it. The Boston Red Sox are world champions. In the air to left, well hit. Back is Craig. What a team. What a ride. The Cardinals are world champs in 2011.
Armchair.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Friday, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Take the scenic route in the new Hyundai Santa Fe, the family SUV with available H-Track all-wheel drive to help you travel way off the beaten path. Find new adventures together in the Hyundai Santa Fe.
Hey, sports fans. Weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Drive time on WQEE. Braves Country is a Southern sports talk show with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. That's Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. Weekdays, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. right here on WQEE 99.1 FM. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, the key in Noonan, Georgia. Home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. Weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on the key and youtube.com at Braves Country. Welcome back, Braves Country. Got a couple of comments in the chat, so let's hit those up real quick. Yeah, TCU did not get better. TCU actually got worse. KT says TCU beat Michigan and got better. They did not get better. TCU lost their quarterback. He is in the National Football League. They lost quite a few players, but they're going to have a chance to show and shine. First week of the season, TCU is playing Colorado in Deion Sanders' new program. Now, Colorado's not going to be very good this year, but that's a fun game to start with, right? The team that got their doors blown off in the national championship game. and Deion Sanders' Colorado team, which is in a full-blown rebuild. But he's revamped. They're going to be more talented this year, that's for sure, with Colorado. But that's a big ask for them to turn it around that quickly. What was the other thing? Was Irish, those teams, cupcake. No, the Irish are actually playing 3 really, really good opponents. Now, the rest of their schedule, you can poke holes in that. But look, let's be honest, even like an SEC schedule, not every game is Alabama versus Georgia. There's a lot of Vanderbilts in there. There's a lot of, Mississippi States in there, Missouri's. Florida's not going to be very good this year. So it's not like that the entire SEC is the AAA version of the NFL. But granted, the problem that Notre Dame has is if they slip up, they're done. They can probably lose a close game of one of those 3 that I mentioned, 3 top 10 opponents in Clemson, USC, and Ohio State. If they lose more than one, they're done. If they get blown out in one, they could be done. But let's say they win 2 of those 3, but then drop some team that everyone believes they should beat. It's a death sentence. So that's the problem with being Notre Dame. You need to get into a conference to help your chance. The other question was from Gilbert. Why did all the teams leave the Pac-12 after USC and UCLA left? It would just be about. So the reason, Gilbert, I don't know if you saw this or not, but I'll just catch everyone up to speed. It was money. Always follow the money, right? No matter what the hell we're talking about, follow the money. Whenever they're trying to scare you on the news about something, trying to figure out what they're trying to get you to buy, follow the money. So the Pac-12 crumbled because, and basically you can put this on the commissioner and all the powers that be in the Pac-12. You can put this on them lickety split. What would really drove it home that they basically said, what in the hell are we talking about here, right? Why are we going over here? Why are we staying in the Pac-12? And it's kind of the reason why Florida State and Clemson are planning on leaving the ACC. The new media right deal that they were going to have, it's going to be gone now, but the one they were going to have with Apple, God, can you imagine how bad that would have been? Apple trying to cover college football. Ugh. If it's anything like their baseball coverage, holy cow. Apple can do it. They just got to hire baseball people. Quit hiring schmoes that are trying to turn it into MTV Light, right? But Apple came in with a deal that was going to pay each team about $23 million a year to cover all Pac-12 sports. That is dwarfed in comparison to what the SEC makes, and it's not even in the stratosphere of what the Big Ten is set up to make. So that's why they said bye-bye, and they left and went to the Big Ten. Now, some of that was in response to the fact that the UCLA and USC brands had left the building. But they came back and basically someone out there thought that was a good deal and we ought to take what we can get. And Washington and Oregon, along with Colorado going to the Big 12 and whatnot, they said, no, we're better than that. And that's where we're at. So the Pac-12 is dust. It basically imploded on itself. And that's why the Pac-12 is gone. It's a shame because I like the fact that you have these regional rivalries, these regional conferences. But the one thing that we're going to gain from this that a lot of folks probably haven't thought about, we're going to get some fun matchups coast to coast. I'm excited to see what the Big Ten is going to look like next year. You're going to have USC, Michigan, Ohio State, Oregon, Washington, Penn State. Like these are going to be weekly. And I'm all in favor of getting rid of most of your non-conference games. Let's just get we'll say 3 power conferences. Everyone knock heads. And you'll have enough of the at-larges in a 12-man playoff to let's roll. I'm perfectly fine with that. I probably would have argued against it a handful of years ago, but I'm fine with it now. Because it gets brutal. There were weeks last year and every year where we do a a Saturday morning kickoff show, right? We've been doing it. This is actually going to be our 10th season. And the Saturday morning kickoff show, there were weeks last year where you were looking for something to talk about for college football because there weren't that many great matchups. It's a little better this year. It's one of the reasons why we combined college football and the NFL into that kickoff show into one day, mainly so that some of us could actually get a break from being on the air. But the other thing was you mesh it together and you really got something. But if you're looking on any given Saturday, and for that matter, any given Sunday, there were weeks with bye weeks and everything else involved that you're like, my God, what are we going to talk about today? So if you get the Big Ten with 20 teams, you get the Southeastern Conference with 20 teams, and let's say the Big 12 goes to 20 teams, that's 60 of the best programs in the country. I don't know what's going to happen with the ACC. I don't think it's going to be good football-wise. I think they'll hold it together with all the other sports. But you're talking about then, let's say you have that, and let's say you start playing 10 conference games. Well, it won't happen overnight, but let's say you get to that point. And then you've got the 2 random games that you can have at largest. One of them is probably going to be like a regional game that you've always played that you want to keep on the books. Like let's say Florida State heads to the Big Ten, Florida State and Florida could stay intact. If Florida State goes to the SEC, moot point, they'd put them on the schedule for the conference. But let's take Georgia. Let's say Georgia, obviously they're not going anywhere. And let's say Georgia Tech stays in the ACC and doesn't get swallowed up by something else. You would still open that up for 2 games where the Southeastern Conference teams, a team like Georgia could play Georgia Tech, and then they still have one non-conference game that can be homecoming where you invite in some schmo, you pay him a boat ton of money, you beat the brakes off of them, and all the alumni can sit there and lock arms and sing Kumbaya. But that's where we're heading, because there's a reason why college football's numbers or viewing numbers are not as big as the NFL and Major League Baseball when you put it all together. Yeah, they have nights, but I'm talking when you put it all together. The main reason is there's too many mismatches. You start getting rid of those mismatches when you start having the top 60 to 70 to 80 teams in the country squaring off. But the reason why the Pac-12 left, they left because, or well, the Pac-12 crumbled. It happened because the money. 23 compared to the SEC and what the Big Ten is going to. Now, I think the SEC will eventually get back up to the Big Ten, but I'm talking about currently. Their future deal is going to absolutely smash that number, and you'd be a fool to stay. And because you got everybody to leave and the conference crumbles, you're not going to pay for any exit fees. That's what Florida State and Clemson would love to do. They would love to have a mass exit. If they have 8 teams leave the ACC, they wouldn't have to pay any of these fees. The problem is, how do you get all these other teams to leave when you have programs? You don't have 8 programs that the big boys want. Now, I can make the argument that some of these programs would be attracted to the Big 12, or heck, maybe they just start their own conference. But that's kind of a hard sell. But August 15th is the big day, so that's tomorrow. If Florida State, Clemson, if they do not make announcements by the end of the day tomorrow that they are leaving, they will not be able to play in a different conference in 2024. It would be then wait till 2025. I thought we might get some kind of big announcement over the weekend. It didn't happen. Thought it could be like a Friday news drop. It didn't happen like it did for the Pac-12 teams. So we'll see. We will see. There's a lot of grumbling, a lot of rumbling, but right now there's just a lot of stumbling. So there you have that. All right, Major League Baseball, the power rankings are out. I thought this would be a good thing to talk about because the Braves come back in. Look, we lose that game last night. I know I went over it this morning, But we lose that game last night. It was one game in a 4-game series. And unlike playing in the SEC or Big Ten, you don't win 12 out of 13 games all the time. There's times where you drop a few because these are professional athletes. So, plus baseball, much more difficult sport because it just takes a starting pitcher to get you off your game. Either A, you face a really good one, or B, like last night, we had a really bad one out there going. I would hope we're not going to see much more of Yanni Chirinos, but I'm not convinced that we won't see him one or two more times. I'm just not convinced by it. I think it's going to be a thing where the Braves are going to go out here. They're going to try to eat as many innings they can because they've got such a big lead in the division. And as fans, we hate seeing it. We hate hearing it. But essentially, we're at a point where they talked about Kyle Wright today, if you missed that. And Kyle Wright, the goal right now is still about a month away. He has been moved down to Florida to be stretched out. So at least he's in that. But I believe this was calculated the whole time. I believe they believe that he could get through around 10 starts and not have any issues. It might be something where he has to have something cleaned up in the offseason, right? But they're going to go out there and get him stretched out. They're going to get him several innings between now and the end of the season. But if he gets perfect outings and everything, and nothing goes back, they don't have to shut him down. They don't have to. Best case scenario, we're talking about a month away. It's August 14th. He's been sent down to Florida. We'll say, let's just give him the benefit of the doubt and say he could be back September 10th. I don't think he would be, but let's say September 10th. Even if he's back September 10th, which is a Sunday, so we'll push that to that Monday. You're talking about getting a start on that Monday, getting 2 starts there that week, 1 more start the following week, and another 4 starts. It's more likely he's going to be back around the 15th. Even still, let's say he goes Friday the 15th, and he goes, obviously 1 start on that week, 1 more in the middle of the following week, and 2 more starts to end the season. That's still 4 starts. Somewhere between 3 and 4 starts is what we're going to get. And by that time in the year, they're probably not going to be important starts, but they're probably okay with that. They're probably okay with that because they're probably looking at it as we want him to get work. We want him to hone his craft, to get his stuff down. Remember, the last several games of the season, we faced the Nationals in 2 series, and the Cubs are sandwiched in between. And depending on what the Cubs do between now and then, they might have pushed their chips out and said, well, we'll get them next year. Now, the Cubs are still in it right now, but if they don't play well down the stretch, 3.5 can turn into 6.5, and with a week to go, it's over, right? So that's what you have going on with that. And if you're looking at Kyle Wright, Jesse Chavez is just now talking about starting to throw off to get some work in. Remember, what was it? It's less than 2 weeks ago. They were talking about he's walking around with a cane in the club. Now, I want to know how that turned from a bruise to walking around with a cane. We were lied to. Once again, follow the money. I don't know why they gained from that, but we were lied to. And it looked like a nasty ball that came off his shin. And I don't think he's putting it on. I don't think it was something that they're just playing possum because they were trying to count his innings. There were celebrations in the bullpen, home runs being hit, where the guys were picking him up, both legs, and celebrating, dancing around couple weeks after that injury. So I think there was more to it. We'll probably never know. If we do, it'll probably be later in the calendar year, but that is not going to be a pretty thing if we can't get Jesse Chavez back. Because I'm going to tell you right now, a couple things I want to talk about. I don't know what's going on with Colin McHugh, but he's not the Colin McHugh from last year. And he's just kind of lofting him in. He's getting smacked around. Now, that wasn't all his fault last night. There's a big thing that was going on there last night where Yanni was left in way too long, right? So I'm not putting that all on him. He comes in and inherits a bases loaded situation. It's not an easy thing to do. For those of y'all who may have never pitched, and I seriously doubt anyone's ever pitched in a major league game that's watching or listening. It's not an easy thing to do to come rolling out of the bullpen, bases loaded, and just drop it down, knock it out. But he has not been pitching well. And I can't keep apologizing for him. He just hasn't been playing well at all. And so with all that being said, Atlanta, we'll get the lineup here in a second. Atlanta, when we get everybody back, I don't think there's much of a chance that Colin McHugh is going to be on that playoff roster. He hasn't pitched well. Because if you get Dylan Lee back and if you get Jesse Chavez back, how can you with a straight face say, yeah, let's put McHugh in? The only thing he would be left in for would be a long inning guy in a game that was out of hand one way or the other. And you're doing it because you like him in the clubhouse, which everybody does, and you trust the fact that he's going to go about his business as a professional going into the playoffs, and you don't have to worry about some youngster freaking out, right? But the Braves have a veteran cast. I don't see how Colin McHugh is going to be in that thing, in that bullpen. Not at this rate. He's going to have to really turn a switch. The lineup is out. Nicky Lopez is batting ninth and playing second base. They said that Ozzie was cramping. I'm not buying that. I think there's something more to it. You saw him limping. But who knows if we're going to get the straight scoop. It seems like there's a lot of cryptic things that go on, and they could just be letting him hydrate, get back to normal. Braves got in late last night, as expected. Game didn't end till what was it, around 10, 11 o'clock last night. You know, they didn't get on that plane till about 12:30, 1 o'clock at the best case scenario, which puts them back in their beds somewhere early morning today. When you were getting up for getting yourself a cup of coffee and whatnot, most of your Braves players hadn't been asleep long at all. So they're coming into this, and I say this because I caution you as Braves fans, don't freak out if we look like garbage tonight. It is why I would have preferred to see them go a little more all in and try to slam the door last night, because tonight is going to be a crapshoot. Even with Max Fried being on the mound, that team is going to be tired. Now, Max Fried would have left early to get back early so he got some rest, being the starting pitcher for today. Usually how they do it. But the team that was out there playing baseball last night, there is a fatigue factor. People forget these are human beings. They think it's a video game. Things like MLB The Show and Madden have kind of ruined the idea of people understanding these are humans on the field. They think you just plug them in and away they go. And they're going to come into tonight probably a little tired. Yes, the Yankees played yesterday. They played a day game in Florida. They would have flown into Atlanta. They were probably in the hotel room by first pitch or somewhere close to it of the Mets-Braves game last night. It's two totally different situations. So for folks who didn't catch the game last night, Ozzie came out of the game late in the ball game. Nicky Lopez came in to fill in, and they called it cramping. And it could be cramping, and they could just be giving him an extra day of rest. But we won't get the straight skinny on that till maybe after the game, because they'll give you a lot of coach speak going into it, and then you'll have to see how it unfolds. Because they don't want to give the advantage to the New York Yankees clubhouse. If the Yankees clubhouse think that he's not available, that can change the way they're going to attack the ball game. But right now, the way it looks, we'll get the lineup here in 1 second, but right now it's Lopez hitting in the 9-hole and playing second base. All right, power rankings. Wanted to hit this up real quick because I do believe that these power rankings, who is this? This is Ben Verlander. His power rankings are a little different than the MLB power rankings. We'll compare them in a second. But Ben's got Braves 1, the Orioles 2, Dodgers 3. The difference between that and the MLB one, they're flip-flopped. They've got Braves 1, Dodgers 2, Baltimore 3. Texas 4, Houston 5. The number 6 team is Toronto. Then you've got the Cubs, the Rays, the Phillies, and Seattle. Now, Ben doesn't do his very scientifically. He's just a fan that puts them out there, and I respect that, but it's a little different than what the MLB. And you'll notice that because Braves 1, Dodgers 2, this is the MLB ranks. Orioles 3, Rangers 4. They've got the Rays at 5 and the Astros sitting there at number 6. Phillies at 7, Blue Jays 8, Mariners 9, and the Brewers at 10. What I say about that, what I would change about all of this, first of all, you can't put the Cubs in the top, God bless, the top 7. They've been playing terribly. And they're now 3.5 out. So how are you going to have the Cubs, who are 3.5 back of the Brewers in their own division? How the hell are you going to have them behind them? So these are I call these Stephen A type rankings, where he's just trying to get attention, right? And fair enough. But if I'm doing this legitimately, you want to talk about what's really going on in Major League Baseball. The Braves are 1 and the Orioles are 2. That's the 2 best records in baseball. Get out of here. They also both lead their division, so there's no argument there. One is in the National League, one leads in the American League. I got to go there. I would have the Dodgers at number 3. I do agree with Ben on that. Number 4, I'm probably putting the Rangers there. I don't see why I would not. You got to be leading your division, in my opinion. So the difference is 5 and 6, and they've got the Rays in there. They've got the Astros in there, the Phillies, the Blue Jays. None of these teams are leading their division. So a team that has been playing very good baseball of recent, if I'm going to put a 5th team in there past the Rangers, I'm going to lean with Minnesota and then Milwaukee. Because my top 6 teams are going to be the 6 division leaders. Because when it's all said and done, they're going to get home field. And that's what a power ranking realistically is, how far you think they're going to get in the playoffs. Now, after that, when you talk about the wild card teams, I've probably got Philly just a hair past Tampa right now, because Tampa just sent Wander Franco, if you listen to the Sports Flash, on to the they put him on the list where he's not going to be playing for the next, foreseeable future. If you miss that little tidbit, it's called the restricted list. Sorry, I couldn't think of it. He's on the restricted list. If you miss that little tidbit, he is being linked to a 14-year-old girl on social media. I don't know if it was Instagram, what it was, where it appears that they have a relationship going on. You can fill in the blanks in your head. And I guess it's been going on for quite some time. And I think she posted something on social media. He is 22 years old. Obviously, he's a Major League Baseball player. And I don't care what your cultural differences are. He's 22 years old, and he's dating an 8th grader. So that's what he's being accused of. I don't know it to be fact. God, I don't want any actual proof. But they're investigating it. And so because of that, I can't put the Tampa Bay Rays are a much different team without him. So they get that cleaned up. I don't think we see him the rest of the year. I really don't. I think this is going to be one of the things that Major League Baseball is going to try to sweep under the rug. And they're going to try to figure it out in the offseason. It'll be a Friday news drop type of thing. But that's a problem. That is a huge problem. You're being linked. The one picture I saw was him basically snuggling, nuzzling up, and it's not one of these situations where he can claim he thought she was older. She's a young lady who looks young. So there's going to be this, I thought she was 20. No. So that's a huge problem. But back to the actual baseball. If I'm ranking the teams, the wild card teams at this point, it's Philly. It's Tampa with the asterisk because I don't know what they're going to be without Wander. And I know they're not very flamboyant and flashy, but man, I'm going to tell you right now, I believe that the San Francisco Giants have figured out baseball. And even though they don't have a lot of household names, they win games, and I'd probably put them at number 3. And then after that, I think you've got to probably lean with the Toronto Blue Jays, with Houston right there as well. I think Houston will get it figured out, but right now they're not playing great baseball. But you got to figure they're going to get into the playoffs, and if they get into the playoffs, it's a new season. And they definitely have the experience, and they definitely got the better deal in that trade with the Mets. Verlander is much better than Scherzer at this point. So if those two square off, to me, it's advantage Houston. But Texas right now is leading the division. Hold on to that because they've only got, a 2.5 game lead. And I think the Astros have a very good chance of chasing them down. Rangers are a good team. Rangers don't have the pedigree that the Astros do. And though they've got some guys with some experience, Scherzer has lost it. He'll have dead arm, or there'll be something going on in the playoffs. And then was the other guy, Montgomery. He's solid. He's not scaring anybody. I'll take that. I'll take Houston's offense over Texas's offense by a slight hair, but regardless, we'll just call it even Steven. And the starting pitching is much deeper than Texas. And Astros have kind of been middling around. Look, they've been playing good baseball, but they're not blowing the doors off, right? And still, they're 68-51. They're 17 over 500. What? So there you have that. Let me go ahead and get the lineup to you out here as the Atlanta Braves have put the lineup out. And we're going to get that rolling here in 1 second. Go ahead and put it on the screen. But I don't know about how y'all feel, but essentially, I feel like to be the man, you got to beat the man, and the Rangers ain't the man yet. They want to be the man. There's a lot of chirping in Ranger country, but you don't have your best pitcher. He gone. No matter what you think, Jacob deGrom was the most talented pitcher in that organization. They hope to get him back next year, but see that to believe it with his injury history. They bring in Max Scherzer, who's a shell of his former self. Nathan Eovaldi's on the shelf. They expect him back, but who knows what the heck's going on there. So you got a lot of big questions heading into this, but the Braves starting lineup tonight, go ahead and get into that real quick. Ronald Acuna Jr. is leading off. You've got Michael Harris II is going to be batting second. It's a little different there. And if you're just joining us, it is because Ozzie Albies is out of the lineup. He left early last night, around the 8th inning, I think it was. And they're calling it a cramp. Hopefully that's all it is. And hopefully they're just getting him hydrated, exhaustion, et cetera, et cetera. Hot time of year. Hopefully it's just that. But it's Acuna, it's Harris, it's Riley, it's Olsen, and Travis d'Arnaud is behind home plate tonight. It's been pretty much down the stretch. It's been every other day. It's been d'Arnaud, Murphy, d'Arnaud, Murphy. There for a while, it was about 2 to 3 games Murphy to d'Arnaud. But Murphy, I think, is just showing signs of wearing down in a long season, and they want to keep him fresh for the playoffs. Ozuna is back in the 6th spot. I hate that. It worked last night. He had a bases clearing double. What the hell are you doing? Travis d'Arnaud is a solid hitter. He is not going to scare anybody, and you can pitch around Matt Olson. I don't know why they can't figure that out in the analytics team. Maybe it's because they've never caught a fly ball in their life. But Marcell Ozuna in the 5 spot, greater than when Travis d'Arnaud's in there. Nothing against d'Arnaud at all. It's just more of a threat. You have to face. You have to with Olsen in the 4 spot and Ozuna in the 5. They're having to pitch to him. It's like, well, we don't want to walk him because Ozuna is going to slam one. With d'Arnaud, they say, you know what? We'll take our chances. We'll pitch around him. We'll intentionally walk him, and maybe he'll bang into a double play. After that, it's Rosario, Arcia, Nicky Lopez batting 9th and playing 2nd. Max Fried tonight. More about this when we hit on the other side of the break, and Tones is on the way. We've got the college football realignment draft. It's Buffalo Bills Day. And more baseball talk. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country HD. Keep it locked in here on 99.1 FM and your CBS Sports affiliates. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country.
Armchair.
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Radio, #1 sports station.
Good afternoon, and this is your Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Flash. Got a pretty good slate for a Monday night in August for Major League Baseball. It all gets going. The big one, pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves. 7:20 first pitch right here on Braves Country HD. Find us on YouTube today. It's youtube.com/@Braves Country. Atlanta welcomes in the New York Yankees, who are 60-58 on the year. Clark Schmidt will be on the bump for the Yanks. He's 8-6 with a 4.23 ERA. It's Max Fried Day for your Atlanta Braves, 3-1 with a 2.5 ERA. Braves come in 11 games in front of the Philadelphia Phillies. Magic number is 34. Other games in action tonight. Astros at the Marlins. Framber Valdez versus Braxton Garrett. And the Pirates are at the Mets at 7:10 Eastern. Priester versus Carrasco. Bang that over. 7:45 A's and Cardinals. JP Sears versus Mikolas. The Angels and Rangers, 8:05 Eastern. Sandoval versus Scherzer. While the Royals host the Mariners, who are suddenly back in the wild card hunt, Logan Gilbert and Brady Singer. 8:40 Diamondbacks at the Rockies. Chris Flexen on the bump. And at 9:40, you got the Orioles and the Padres. Grayson Rodriguez, young right-hander, will go head-to-head on the left coast versus Yu Darvish. The late pitch tonight, pretty good matchup, pretty good series. The Tampa Bay Rays are at the San Francisco Giants. We'll see those Giants starting on Friday for Alumni Weekend at Truist Park. Tonight, the Rays will send Tyler Glasnow, who's been on the shelf for several days, appears ready to roll. San Francisco going to a bullpen game. Ryan Walker will be the opener. Take a real quick look at the standings in Major League Baseball as we head into this week. In the home stretch, the Atlanta Braves are 75-42. Just 45 games left in the Major League Baseball season. 11 games in front of Philly, 14 in front of Miami, 22.5 in front of the New York Mets, and 23 in front of the Washington Nationals. NL Central looks like this. Milwaukee has kind of opened their lead up with a 3.5 game lead on the Cubs and the Reds. The Dodgers pounding the NL West into submission, 8.5 in front of the Giants, 12.5 in front of Arizona. San Diego with the eyes on the wild card now, 15.5 back. American League, Baltimore 3 in front of Tampa, 8 in front of the Toronto Blue Jays. While tonight's opponent, the New York Yankees, sit at the bottom, 13 out of first place. American League Central, Minnesota, 4.5 in front of Cleveland, 8 in front of Detroit. In the AL West, could be a fun one down the stretch. Texas has a 2.5 game lead on Houston. You look at the wild card standings in the National League, Philadelphia has the number 1 slot for the wild card at 65-54. The Giants are a game and a half back of Philly in the number 2 slot, while the Marlins are holding on for the 3rd slot. Marlins sit in front of the Cubs by a half game, along with the Reds, 2.5 in front of Arizona, 5.5 in front of San Diego. The American League wild card looks like this. Tampa Bay has the 1st slot in the AL wild card, while Houston is 2.5 back of Tampa with the 2nd slot. Toronto sits 5 behind Tampa in the 3rd and final AL wild card spot. On the outside looking in, Seattle 1.5 out, Boston 3 out, and the Yankees 5. The Angels are 6.5 out, and Cleveland way back at 8.5. In the Associated Press, writers poll is out. College top 25. The Georgia Bulldogs, 60 of the 63 first place votes. Bulldogs ranked number 1 in the country. Michigan number 2. Ohio State 3. Michigan receiving 2 number 1s. Ohio State receiving 1. Alabama and LSU round out the top 5. Other teams of note: Penn State 7, FSU 8, and Clemson 9. Tennessee Volunteers are number 12, while Notre Dame is number 13. Oklahoma Sooners 20th in the country, North Carolina 21, while Ole Miss is 22 and Texas A&M 23. The Tulane Green Wave, they are number 24 in the land. One of the most disturbing stories in sports in quite some time, Major League Baseball has launched an investigation into Tampa Bay Rays shortstop Wander Franco. The team placed Franco on the restricted list after social media posts questioned the alleged nature of a relationship between Franco and a 14-year-old woman. Franco, 22 years old, did not make the trip with the Rays to San Francisco, where they begin a 3-game series Monday. Teams can use the restricted list, which takes a player off the team's roster and is typically unpaid for a variety of situations, including potential legal matters. A statement released by the team, quote, "The Tampa Bay Rays and Wander Franco have mutually agreed we will go on the restricted list and take leave from the club for the duration of the current road trip," unquote. And that's your Armchair Quarterback Sports Flash. Stay tuned for Braves Country right here on WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, simulcasting on youtube.com at Braves Country.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Friday, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Well, the season's finally here, and the players hit.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturday, September 9th, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., you'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Brian Snow, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. It all begins September 9th, right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback, the All-American man. Well, the season's finally here, and the players hit the field.
Welcome back.
Feels like a boy and every wife could kill. He's been flying beer since August.
How about it? We got the college football top 25 out.
That's all the dental holds.
And AP top 25 here. The coach poll came out earlier. But if you missed that real quick, Georgia is number 1. No shock there. Michigan 2. Not a big shock. Ohio State 3 and Alabama 4. I personally probably would have had Alabama a tad higher, but does it really matter? No, they're going to face each other. They're going to wipe each other out one way or the other. And it is in their it's in their hands. LSU's number 5. Now, what's interesting about LSU is that if LSU goes out and gets a big win on Sunday, September 3rd, the first week of the season against number 8 Florida State, LSU is going to jump a couple of teams. Like it or not, if LSU, an SEC team, wins a primetime game, they're going to catapult over Alabama, I would think, and probably over Ohio State. They'll be number 3. They could even possibly jump higher. They're not going to unseat Georgia, I don't believe. It would take something catastrophic for Georgia to fall out of the first slot. They would have to look really bad. I mean, really bad, considering the fact that you look at the Georgia Bulldogs schedule, and it is Cupcake City. You've got the first game of the season, UT Martin, 6 o'clock on a Saturday night. They're the defending 2-time national champions. And that is the only reason why that's being televised. And it's not even being televised on a major network. That's kind of a big deal. UT Martin, Georgia is going to be on SEC Plus. The second game, Ball State. The third game, they may get it. We'll see what South Carolina has. I know they finished well. I'm excited to see what South Carolina has this season. Spencer Rattler coming back the whole 9 yards. Another year under Beamer. But you got to see it. There used to be some really good games early in the season, Georgia, South Carolina. I can remember early in the season, Georgia, South Carolina, it didn't matter who was the more hyped team in the polls. You could almost bet that game was going to come down to one score. Now, that has gone by the wayside in recent years, but that's a fun one. If it was in South Carolina, I'd give the Gamecocks a chance to cover the spread. I don't think they have much of a chance of winning that game, but somebody does, because CBS has already put that as their September 16th CBS game of the week, 3:30 kickoff. After that, Georgia's playing UAB. They go to Auburn. What a weird time to go to Auburn in September. What the hell's going on? Georgia Auburn used to always be in November. So they got at Auburn and then home against Kentucky, Vanderbilt. They should wax Florida. I know it's a rivalry. You can never assume that, but Florida, unless we are just absolutely wrong about this, them getting old Jack down from Wisconsin is not a game changer for me. And then you look at the rest of their schedule, Missouri. The stumbling blocks for the outside of the Florida game, I'm just going to put that on the shelf. The stumbling blocks for the Georgia Bulldogs this year to me, outside of the SEC championship game and obviously outside of the playoffs, South Carolina is going to be the first litmus test. They should handle Auburn, so I'm not going to put Auburn there yet. The only other thing that you've got to worry about if you are a Georgia Bulldog is you've got back-to-back games in November at home against Ole Miss and at Tennessee. If they live up to their hype, that could be tough. Outside of that, I'm not seeing it. We got Tones coming in out of the bullpen, and let me go ahead and get him queued up here as we are talking some football. And let me see what we got here. I think I hit the right one. Hold on. Got to get the logo down. And you got to get that logo down. Good Lord. Jones, how the hell are you?
Good, brother. It's a Monday, and we got a lot of good stuff to talk about. So always a interesting Monday after the weekend, and it'll be just that. Are the Braves done scoring runs from Saturday?
Yeah. Well, they must be, because they didn't score enough to win last night. So
yeah, I saw that.
County Cheerios is on the mound. You're going to need a little something stronger than a bowl of Cheerios. I can tell you that right now.
I did see last night, but how incredible was Game 1 Saturday? It seemed like everyone was getting in on the slugfest. Even Nicky Lopez, the youngster who's from my hometown, actually was killing it.
Well, he's in the lineup tonight because of cramping by Ozzie Albies last night. At least that's how it was termed. I've noticed some of these Braves writers, they're being very careful in saying that they don't believe it. What they are saying is, as it was termed last night, Nicky Lopez is in for Ozzie Albies for cramping. That's how I saw two writers put it in almost verbatim. Mm-hmm. As it was termed last night, Ozzie Albies left because of cramping. A lot of folks aren't believing. A lot of folks think that the hamstring might be more of an issue, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens, and I'm definitely excited to see Nicky Lopez play. As I said, from my hometown. He actually went to high school where my aunt works, so she knew him pretty well. Just a cool kid and a good story. So,
well, he's been popular so far. First of all, not only outside of that game, he's come into pinch run.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like he is fit into the clubhouse instantly.
Mm-hmm.
And he gets to start tonight, so you get a chance to watch him tonight if you missed him on Saturday. But yeah, he was he 4 for 6 even through an inning? Scoreless inning?
Yep, 4 for 6 with a scoreless inning pitch. So
now,
pretty
granted,
good.
I want to calm Braves fans down about that game. We went 21-3. Alan Winans looked incredible.
Mm-hmm.
Get it? I saw some Braves fans at me this morning going, why'd they send Winans back down to the minors? He looked great. See, it's 7 innings. Shut him out. Let's go. We were playing the Double-A team of the New York Mets. They benched almost everybody in that first game. Everybody that they could.
Mm-hmm.
The veterans played that night. So we didn't get a true test of what Winans was in that first game.
Mm-hmm.
And that was done basically because the Mets are out of it and they're trying to keep everybody healthy. They don't care if they win. They want to win, but they're not going to kill themselves on a doubleheader. And that's how that came about. Not taking anything away of what Nicky did, but I'm saying when everyone gets crazy and goes, man, Winans went 7, shut him out. I think he had 9 strikeouts. Yeah, but he also, he's looked good in the minor leagues too, which is exactly what he did on Saturday. He played a minor league game at Citi Field is what he did. But I'm in full agreement. Get his butt back up here and get rid of Cheerios. I've had enough of that. That is just brutal. I mentioned it last week, Tones, that I thought that it would be a wise thing to have Cheerios put on short rest on Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
Get them 1 to 2 times through the lineup, because he's not worth a hoot in the lineup the second time through anyways, and let Winans pitch either the Saturday second part of the doubleheader, which is what I would have went with, and let Strider pitch the Sunday night game, give him an extra day of rest.
Yeah, I think I would have liked that as well. Especially with Yanni never really making it too deep into a Braves game yet. He surely could have pitched on a short day's rest, I would believe.
Once you see him the first time through, they start getting him to him the second time through.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes he gets a little fortunate and dances out of danger, but that third time through, it's a disaster.
Mm-hmm. And let's be honest, if the Rays need arms, and if they're letting you go when they need arms, probably not the best to sign. But I will say, not a bad nab by the Braves, just because, it is an innings eater that they're throwing out there. You could have worse. You could have Dallas Keuchel.
Yeah, well, I don't know which is worse, man. The most soft toss. When people wonder why starting pitchers and then why aces make so much money, this is why. Because not everybody can do this. If you took your best reliever, think of the best reliever on said team,
mm-hmm.
and you turn that guy into a starter, he's getting crushed the second and third time through the lineup.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's why the old saying, although I don't firmly believe it, McGee, but what's the saying? Bullpen guys are wannabe starters or once upon a time starters, something like that.
Well, yeah, the failed starters or whatnot. They're also, in today's day and age, bullpen guys usually throw hard stuff, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
The thing with the bullpen guy, and essentially that's what Yanni is at this point, they've got two pitches.
Mm-hmm.
Seen them the second time through. They might have a third one, but it's not a very good one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Once you see them a second and third time through, you're picking up on, there's the fastball. There's the sinker. There's the slider.
Yeah.
And it's very nice of folks to call what Yanni Chirinos throws a slider. It doesn't slide. I want to call it a floater that floats over there. It's much like Soroka's slider that they say slides. Sliders never, when I was going, you never called something went 82 miles an hour a slider.
Yeah, and when you look at it, some of the top closers or bullpen arms in the game started out as starters, and Aroldis Chapman, Arizel Iglesias with the Reds, and then Adbert Elzeloy with the Cubs. These are top bullpen guys right now who were starters at one point but only had a limited arsenal, and now they're very good relievers.
Absolutely. Well, look, we're right at 420, so smoke them if you got them. Let's reset real quick, Tones. When we come back, Bills Mafia. Tones is going to grab them by the horns and take us into Buffalo Bills Day, baby. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Let's go.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles veneer special includes one free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment when you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Friday, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Well, you can try the public pool, but... Oh, thank you. Thank you for your suggestion. We're out of here. Yeah. Let's go. Sir, I cannot believe that just happened in this day and age. I know. I can't believe there's such a big list. Don't you get it, dude? They'll always be at capacity for us. He called us lower class. He called us lower class? Yeah, but I wouldn't argue with that, dude. We're definitely lower class. Well, yeah, I'm not disputing that fact, dude. I'm saying we shouldn't get boxed out. Honestly, I just want to go swimming. Should we suck it up and go to the public pool? Gross, dude. I will not go to that disgusting public pool. People there are gross. Let's get it.
Armchair.
Community Access Channel.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer.
Welcome back. Your Atlanta Braves will be starting a 3-game series against the New York Yankees tonight. Remember when that used to be big? Yankees, just a couple of games over 500. They're still in the playoff race. Let's not act like this is some bum team coming in to face the Braves. They're just not where they're normally at, where they're usually looking down at everybody else in the AL East.
Exactly.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Exactly. I was agreeing with you absolutely 100%.
If this one wants to make everyone feel just a little younger, not. Derek Jeter will attend Yankees Old Timer Day for the first time when they honor the 25th anniversary of the 1998 World Series on September 9th. How about that?
It's so interesting seeing all these, stars amongst our eyes growing up, suddenly getting inducted into legendary games, Ring of Honors, Hall of Fames, and then all their sons taken in the drafts. It's really crazy.
Yeah, just looking at Derek Jeter being referred to as old timers, I'm like, really?
Mm-hmm.
They got to come up with a different term. By the way, what is your take on this Franco story? Wander Franco, you see this?
Yeah, it seems like one of those crazy stories going on right now. And I'll say this, a lot of circulation and news going on out there. It doesn't seem ideal, obviously, that's to say the least. I will say I've seen a couple different speculative stories. And this girl, if you find her on Instagram, she's followed by quite a bit of MLB players. I think the count was 20 or more MLB players. So
that ain't good. That's not helping the story. I can tell you that right now.
It's one of those things that's going to be interesting, and for better or worse, it could be obviously for the worst case for Wander. He's done in a Rays uniform. The best case for Wander, it's a hoax and a money grab, and there's more to come out. But either way, the Rays hate this right now. The Rays are a franchise that like to stay under the radar. They like to stay under the table. And the fact that right, wrong, or indifferent, they got to go through this Wander Franco stuff in the middle of one of their most historic seasons. And with all the injuries they're dealing with already, this isn't good for the Rays, regardless of the outcome. So we'll see if what happens, for better or for worse. It's not a good situation at this given time. And innocent till proven guilty. I'm going to say that for Wander. And, if it is a story
Not
where
a good look, because you can use all that word salad with the innocent proven guilty thing. I'm not directing this to you. I'm talking about the Tampa Bay Rays. that picture, did you see that picture of him and her canoodling?
Mm-hmm.
That's not a good look. She is in 8th grade.
Yeah, it does look outdated.
You said there's 20 MLB players
that follow her, something like that, including that Marlins young pitcher Yuri Perez, the kid they called up a couple weeks back, I believe. Regardless, it's just a shame.
What, Instagram or something?
Mm-hmm. Instagram. It is a shame, and I'll just say this. I hope, like you said, it doesn't unfold where it comes to unfortunate conclusions and situations, but it doesn't look great right now, and we'll see where it leads. And he's not making
putting it mildly. It's not a good. The other thing was, did I send you the video? I can't play it on air because it's because of the song's copyrighted or whatever. But did you see? Was it Friday that he hit the walk-off home run?
Mm-hmm.
Franco?
Yep, Friday.
And Tampa Bay Rays had put a video out. I think I saw it on TikTok. I don't remember where I saw it, where I grabbed it at. But they had put a song together with his walk-off home run. And it was about, the theme of it was younger girls singing and whatnot. So it was terrible timing. I'm sure they didn't know this was about to come out, but when you put that together, it was cringe, because I saw it shortly after the news came out. So they probably just hadn't had time to tear it down from their feed. But I was like, oh God, it's like the worst timing in the world to put that song with it. I'll have to relook and hear what the song is again. But anyways, let's go ahead and skip past that, and it's time for the Buffalo Bills Day.
Not over yet!
All right, Tones, take controls. Tell us what you got here on the Buffalo Bills. I'm here. I gotta fix something off the camera.
Yeah, so the Bills have an exciting season ahead, or at least the Bills fans should have an exciting season ahead. When you're looking into Buffalo, probably the second favorite in the AFC behind Kansas City. You can maybe throw Cincinnati up there, but with Burrow, his status, we'll see. A lot of concern surrounding the running back room, but I don't think it's as bad as people have pegged it and plagued it. I'm looking at it as James Cook, a second-year back, who should be a lot more developed, a lot more ready to roll now. They brought in veterans as Damian Harris, Latavius Murray, and Darrington Evans. Damian Harris was an impressive signing to me in general. They were able to steal him away from division foes, New England. And Damian Harris had a lot of nice production the past couple of years, when healthy, I should say. And then Latavius Murray, running back number 3. You look around to the other ends of the spectrum, you got some incredible talent. Stephon Diggs still obviously in the middle of his big contract. Gabe Davis over there. Then they drafted Dalton Kincaid, one of the most highly regarded tight ends in this draft class, to pair up with Dawson Knox. Truly a blessing for quarterback Josh Allen, who did turn the ball over a lot last season. So they're going to have to hope Josh Allen cuts back on turnovers. Surely a guy like him can, more so than anyone else. And then you look defensively. They had the tragedy last year, right? The Monday Night Football tragedy, where they literally had Damar Hamlin on the field go down. And he's in a battle right now to make the roster. That's how good they are at safety. A lot of people don't realize that. Jordan Poyer, Taylor Rapp, Micah Hyde. Then comes Damar Hamlin. So the beloved Damar Hamlin isn't even a lock to make the roster this year. I don't know if all NFL fans know that. They know of him for the reason, the tragedy that almost occurred. And then you look around their front seven. They bring in a guy like Leonard Floyd to help the pass rush, which could be key because Von Miller might miss, although they do have a legitimate backup in Shaq Lawson for Von Miller. Then they've still got the big boys, Ed Oliver, Greg Russo, and Daquan Jones up front with Jordan Phillips. This Bills team is back, and they added some new names, didn't lose much. And when you look at their schedule, it's really, really, to me, appealing. And a lot of people might say, oh, to me, it's a little tough. I don't think so. Outside of their own division twice in a game like at Cincinnati, I think there's a lot of winnable games. They do play a first-place schedule. It is a little tougher for Buffalo, but they still have the likes of at home against Tampa. They're at home against the Giants. They get the Jaguars at home. They're at the Commanders. They get the Raiders at home. To me, those are all wins, and we really haven't expanded much yet. They get the Broncos at home. Obviously, they get the Jets, Dolphins, Patriots at home. So although they've faced a first-place schedule, and it could be an uphill battle for Buffalo, a team like the Bills should be able to handle that, fight off that first-place schedule, and find themselves right in the thick of things. As I alluded to earlier, the two biggest things for them this year to me will be the Josh Allen turnovers, if he could cut those down. One of the most highly regarded QBs in the NFL, but last year he did have one of the most turnover ratios, one of the highest turnover ratios in the league, I should say. So the Bills are really hoping and keying on Josh Allen to cut that turnover ratio in half. And then really their run game, a lot of people are having concerns, questions, and comments on that right now. It ain't only the 29 interceptions the past two seasons collectively for Josh Allen. It's will a James Cook step up. It's will veterans like Damian Harris, Latavius Murray, and Darrington Evans hold up. So offensively, it does seem like star power on paper, but there seem to be a couple more questions out there than people realize right now. And defensively for the Bills, Von Miller, when is he going to get back out there? He's still not playing in the preseason. He's talking a lot about golfing and his golf game, when a lot of Bills fans really just want to know when their big money free agent prized possession from last offseason will get back on the field and pay dividends. So I think really Buffalo is going to lean on their veterans this year. They're going to lean on cutting back turnovers, and they're going to lean on the run game a little bit more than people think. And I think their schedule for being first place, it's a little bit more manageable than people believe. And I think that's why they're going to end up in first place again in the AFC East. Although their division got a lot better, Dolphins added some pieces, Jets obviously got a heck of a lot better, and Bill Belichick is still the coach of the Patriots, so they're always going to be somewhat of a dangerous team when they're coached under Bill Belichick. I just don't think any of those teams still stifle as division foes for Buffalo in terms of first place in the division. Maybe Miami, if Tua stays healthy the duration of the year. I just don't see that happening. We've known what Tua brings to the table by now. I think this division is still Buffalo to lose at the end of the day, and I think they're going to rely on their run game a little bit more than people believe. They drafted a tight end. They brought a lot of veteran running backs in. Josh Allen wants to get those turnovers down. You do that by running the football, keep Josh Allen off his feet all the time. I think James Cook and Damian Harris really take a step in the right direction this year.
I get why they didn't do it, probably because of his brother. But man, Dalvin Cook would have made so much sense with the Buffalo Bills. It's just unbelievable. But their over-under is 10.5 this year, which seems a little low considering everything else you just laid out for us. Especially now that you play 17 games. So what they're saying is the over is what's expected from Vegas is 11-6. And that seems like a good team, but not a very good team. Would you attribute that more to them or the fact that the AFC is just so darn tough?
Yeah, and I think you hit the nail on the head, McGee. I think a lot of people are questioning them in part because of their schedule this year, but I think the AFC is tough. They play some tough NFC teams, so I think that has to be the brim of the 10.5 a little bit more so than the actual Bills themselves.
So the first game, number one of the bullet, as y'all can see on your screen, try to make it a little bigger, but I lose games if I make it too big. But there's no way for me to really get it much bigger than that. But at the Jets, Monday Night Football, I still think the NFL spit the bit on this. I get what they were trying to do was put Josh Allen versus Aaron Rodgers. But I think what they should have done, because they're going to play each other anyways this year because of divisions, the Jets and Giants on 9/11 on Monday Night Football.
Wow, that would have been incredible.
Up, man. Come on, man.
That would have been not a feel-good moment, but obviously a moment of unity, a moment where a lot of people get together and understand.
There's two teams in New York that are playing, but it's the Jets and Giants were affected, right?
Exactly. Buffalo, don't get me wrong, as you said, they're in New York and, they're still feeling it, but literally Jets and Giants were in the middle of it.
And then just going through won't go through game by game by game, but I'm gonna list some stumbling blocks that I see. Obviously, they're division opponents. Miami should be very good. The Jets should be very good. You've got New England, who's probably a road bump for them, but it is a division game. But putting those aside, outside of the division, the stumbling blocks I see in London versus the Jaguars, two very good teams that are going overseas, right?
Mm-hmm.
I believe it's in London. It's 9:30. There's an asterisk on it, so I'm assuming that that's what we're looking at. A couple of others that I see where normally I like to find the tough road games, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cincinnati is at Cincinnati, and that's a Sunday night game. At Philadelphia, that is in November. That's a Thanksgiving weekend. At Kansas City. At Miami. At the Chargers. They've got some difficult road games. I still think I would take them. If I was going to take this bet one way or the other, I think they get to 11 or 12 wins.
I do too. I think they get to 11 or 12 as well, because remember, as tough as their schedule seems, pretty much in their division, everyone's going to have that little tough of a schedule. So we'll see what happens. And remember, it took the Bucs a little bit to get their rhythm going when they brought over Brady and the boys. It might take the Jets and Aaron Rodgers about a month or so to really gain some traction. I think Buffalo's playing them at an ideal time week 1.
Yeah, and that's another reason why I would have liked to have seen them to wait for this game. I would have liked to seen this game later in the year when two teams are rolling for the exact reason that you just said.
Mm-hmm.
Jets and Giants doesn't mean a whole hell of a lot except to their fan base, right?
Mm-hmm.
In the standings, it's not a divisional game. It's not a conference game. It's none of that.
Mm-mm. Yeah, and that's the other thing. Football is a game of when the matchup's played. Obviously, a lot of people are going to be tuned in regardless. But if you're getting Jets-Giants week 1, September 11th, everybody's going to be tuned in. Obviously, football's flying high. Still, a lot of teams are going to be tuned in. But it's still in the heart of baseball postseason. You best bet if the Cubs are on that night, your Braves are on that night, it's going to draw those fan bases away, right? I mean, me and you have multiple TVs, so might not be a problem for us, but your average Joe out there who has one television, if they're a diehard Cubs fan, diehard Braves fan, diehard Reds fan, they're going to be dialed into those games on that Monday night. Now, if it's Jets-Giants September 11th, they might be flipping the channel back and forth a little bit more just for
what Monday night game are you talking about?
The Bills-Jets one. Week 1.
September, though. I thought you were okay.
I'm saying
sorry. I got mixed up because I was looking at October schedule when you start talking about in the hunt. Okay.
Well, not all of us are locked in for the playoffs yet.
I got you. I got ahead of myself. I was
as a Braves fan, you could.
October 15th. They're on a Sunday night against the Giants, right?
Yep.
Kind of a Snoreville. To be honest with you, that's not a great matchup. I mean, it is for New York-based fans, but I'm pretty sure October 15th, I'm going to be watching some baseball game.
Yeah, honestly, and that's just that. October for you, definitely. September for a lot of Cubs fans. When it comes down the stretch, some of these primetime games might struggle. I don't think the NFL did the best of jobs in composing a primetime schedule this year. I was looking through it the other night. I've seen Raiders-Steelers Sunday Night Football week 3. Who's going to be watching that?
Sunday night?
Yep, Raiders-Steelers Sunday night week 3.
I guess they just think those brands are bigger.
Mm-hmm.
Remember they had that was that Christmas Eve, I guess it was last year.
Yep.
Raiders and Steelers, where it was in Pittsburgh, and they were somebody's jersey got retired or something. I can't remember. I'm pretty sure it was Christmas Eve. And
yeah, you're right on that. It was
a snow game or a snow game, not quite a snow game, but it was a cold ball. It was a boring game. But I think they got decent ratings. I think they're leaning on that Steelers Nation, Raiders, right? They're going to come to the TVs. But I'm with you. After what you just told me, that's kind of a snooze on a Sunday night. Jeez.
And let me confirm if this is.
You said that's week 3?
Yep, and we do have a little bit of breaking news here in the NFL, McGee. Not that it
47 guys are following that same girl on Instagram. No, that's not it.
Not quite, but the Cowboys era is over for Ezekiel Elliott. He's officially signing with the New England Patriots.
Oh, that poor bastard.
So he's going to be ran into the ground a little bit more by Bill Belichick.
Never to be heard from again. What little chance you might have thought he could bounce back fantasy-wise, bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Yeah, I mean.
3 carries a game, maybe, he'll average.
Yeah, you never know. Bill Belichick's weird. And
he'll have 2 outings where he gets double digits, and he'll find the end zone once or twice, and everyone's going to go rushing out there on the waiver wire, and it's just going to dump your team.
And let's remember, yeah, exactly. He'll have one huge game out there, and everyone will be drooling. Let's remember they liked Ramondre Stevenson enough to let Damian Harris walk.
All right, let's get to it. The Buffalo Bills. We already said the over-under's 10.5. What we want to know from you, Tones, is what is their what's their record, and are they playoff bound?
I'm going to put their record at 12-5, although the schedule's tough. I'll highlight their 5 losses. I have them losing quick since there's only 5 of them. I have them dropping
Tampa Bay.
I wish. I actually, I have them
lose Tampa Bay 3 times that night. That's just, I've done the math.
Yeah, when we take the lead, when we come back, and then in overtime. But actually, I think they're going to lose at Philly. I think they're going to lose at Kansas City. Tough back-to-back stretch there. I think they dropped the last game of the year at Miami just because I don't think it's important to them. And then I got them dropping at Cincinnati. And then I also have them dropping at New England. They always have a little bit of trouble there. Outside of that, I think they have 12 victories on their schedule. I think they go 12-5. I think they come in first in the AFC East. And I think they come in second in the AFC overall behind the Kansas City Chiefs. I think they have an incredible season, a tremendous season. Josh Allen gets them to the playoffs. I think they fall short in the AFC championship game I'm going with, but I do.
We'll do all the final predictions the week of the season.
Cool.
Just kind of getting an idea. But basically what you're saying is you think that they're going to be rocking and rolling again. I've got them 11-6. And it's not that I think they're lesser than this year. I just think that division is much more difficult. You could make the argument if Mac Jones can find himself that would be the best division of football.
Mm-hmm.
Now, because I don't believe that, I don't know if I buy into that. But Dolphins, Jets, and Bills, they could all be playoff teams.
Yeah, and you look around the rest of the NFL and the AFC in general, and the AFC last year, you could say that about the couple divisions. Now the only division you can maybe make the case for is Baltimore, Cincinnati, and maybe Cleveland or Pittsburgh. But other than that AFC division by far the best and most strongest right now.
They do have a tough road. I can tell you one game they're not going to lose after watching the highlights this weekend. Denver. Good Lord.
What is Sean Payton doing?
I don't know, man, but we're showing the highlights this morning on one of those shows. And anyways, he was getting pummeled. He finally got it together and put together a couple of passes in one drive because they left Russell Wilson in like the entire first half.
Mm-hmm.
Towards the end of the first half, he finally put it together and they scored a touchdown. But I didn't watch that game. It was probably against the scrubs at that point. It's just like when everyone's jumping up and down because Alan Winans goes 7 innings of shutout ball against a Double-A Mets. That's what we saw from Let's Ride, Bronco Country. What's his name? Russell Wilson.
God. Yeah, Russell Sierra.
Nothing has changed. I'm not saying that Peyton can't get something out of Wilson eventually, but right now in week 1 for the preseason, it looked like the same crap that we watched last year on a couple of Monday nights games, a Thursday night game. He's the reason that Al Michaels was ready to freaking retire. He was like, I'm out. These games are awful.
And let's be honest, at least regarding primetime, since we're talking about it quick, I think they do end up beating the Bucks, but I'm happy my Bucks play them on a short rest Thursday night football. To me, that helps the Bucks' chances of winning that game possibly.
Yeah, and they're playing right after New England. They're not a great team. New England, it's a divisional game, so it's a little more physical.
They're going to beat them up. They're going to beat each other up.
And it's a Prime Video game.
Oh, wow. Yay.
Thursday night football.
Thrilling.
We will be bringing to you come November.
I can't wait for that.
Yeah, Mondays and Thursday nights we'll be bringing. I haven't gotten with Tones yet because we haven't figured out his schedule, but hopefully Tones can be with us for quite a few of them.
I definitely will be, and I love it, man. Postseason baseball, NFL football, slowly turning into the best time of the year.
Yeah, and the other game plan will be to try to bring quite a few Falcons games on Sundays, but all that starts in October because there's just, for some reason, I'm only one person and I can't be in 3 places at once. So,
Wait, you can't?
Well, I try. Sometimes I'll be doing a Braves game and I'll be giving someone a play-by-play of what's going on in Philadelphia. But, it's called magic. All right. Let's put a cap on that sucker. So I got them 11-6. You got them 12-5. We'll get into who wins that division. I guess it's not next week because that would be college football. It'd be the week after with the National Football League, but or 2 weeks. What are we? We are a week. Well, we're 12 days away from the first week 0 college football. We are 2 weeks from Saturday is the first real Saturday of college football where everybody's playing. So that is the week that we'll do all our college football predictions. And then the following week, the NFL gets ramping up and we'll do our NFL predictions.
Mm-hmm.
There you have that. All right. Let's go ahead and switch gears real quick and jump into our college football realignment draft. And if you haven't followed this, well, I don't know how to explain it to you now because we're in the middle of it. But we're basically turning college football upside down. And what we're doing, 4 of us, Tones, Joey, Bobby, and I have taken on our own 4 conferences. We're all commissioners. We're going to have a fun little competition with this throughout the year and probably for years to come. But Tones has the Big Ten. Bobby has the SEC. And because those names are taken, Joey has the National Conference and Notre Dame for a national, they're the national team, right?
Mm-hmm.
Tones has Big Ten and Penn State. And I've got Florida State in the Dixie Conference, Bobby, Florida in the SEC. Off of that, we drafted 3 more teams. That's our core 4. And we're building off of them now. We're going to have a total of 16 teams in each conference. And those that aren't in, they'll be set up to try to compete with relegation because we will be relegating these teams after the season's over. All right. Tones, your core 4 that won't change ever is, I think it's pretty solid core 4. You got Penn State, you got Michigan, you got the Washington Huskies, and you got Texas.
Mm-hmm.
You added TCU. What is your next pick in the college football draft?
I'm going for a little bit of history. I'm going with Wisconsin. I'm keeping Wisconsin where they belong in the Central region. And really, they've had some good history over the years, a lot of good draft picks over the years, and a lot of good winning football seasons. They're ranked in the top 25 coming into this season. I think they helped me make a strong conference this year. I'm going with Wisconsin in my conference.
What are you hearing about them this year?
I'm thinking their quarterback developed a little bit more. He was young the past couple of seasons. He's going to be a veteran now this year. So look for turnovers to go down. And really last year, they were 7-6, but it was a better 7-6 than people thought. They started off slow, ended well. I think they're really going to be good running the football this year, play turnover-free football. I don't think they put a ton of points on the board, but I think they're really stellar defense. They play some nasty Big Ten football. I see about 8 to 9 wins in their future.
All right, so that takes it to me. I'm double checking. I want to make sure this team isn't taken. I guess I'll just have to blurt it out if it's taken. I've looked through. I'm pretty sure they're not taken, but I'm trying to keep somewhat in my region. But there's going to come a point in time where you're like, I'm not taking a crap team just to stay right next to me, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let me go with the Texas A&M Aggies. I think they'll eventually fire Jimbo Fisher, and our conference will be much stronger.
I like that pick. I was thinking about them, but like you said, I want to show a little bit of love for the Big Ten or for the Central Conference. That's why I leaned with Wisconsin, just to, keep some home cooking.
Well, the thing about Wisconsin, the one thing is that they're normally a pretty good program.
Exactly. That's why I went with them in Michigan, and I have Penn State, of course. I'm trying to get the cream of the crop outside of Ohio.
You got another pick today. Oh, what is it?
I was going back and forth with this one as well, Magee, but they're consistent. I'm going to stick with the Big Ten. I'm going to go with Iowa. They come into the year ranked 25th, and they play good defense every year, good special teams every year. Give me the Hawkeyes of Iowa.
Well, considering the fact that the algorithm that I'm putting up, I'll eventually share it to y'all, but it's all based on how you do that year. But it's essentially rankings, wins, how you do in the postseason, all that stuff's going to be piled in on, and we'll compile all the points at the end of the year, and that guy's going to have himself a really crappy trophy that I find.
Hey, it's cool. One man's goal.
Thumbs up. Look at you. Look what you did.
And Magee,
it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be fun talking points going forward. We're doing the same thing in the NFL with Doug, Steven, and I.
Mm-hmm.
For whatever reason, I'm more interested in the college one. But in the NFL one, we're only doing a total of 24 teams. So there's 8 teams that are relegated. So there's going to be some meat on the bone each. The one thing I will say about this with the NFL one, the draft will probably be a little more interesting.
Yeah, and college football just at this point in time especially feels a little bit more realistic, right? Not that this is going to happen, but given all the change-ups and stuff, I think that's why it's a little bit more fun too, because you can see some of this happen.
Well, I'm just with the NFL, you can make this argument with basketball, definitely, hockey, and there's years where baseball I can make this argument too. I like the idea of a relegation. I like the idea that you would have a lower league competing to get up to the higher league, and that the top league, whatever sport we're talking about, doesn't want to get relegated. So that is the one thing back in the day when Big E was with us and he would talk soccer and we would go on and on about what I'd be like, soccer sucks. And he'd be like, no, it doesn't. We go back and forth. The one thing we always agreed on was that the relegation thing is really cool. Because you have an interest in your craptastic team not sucking so bad that they're one of the worst.
Mm-hmm. And that's what my buddy said. He played football in Germany, and my buddy said it's the same over there. If you come in last place, you get bumped down a conference. If you win a championship, you get moved up.
And it would make it really interesting. Take Major League Baseball, for instance. Teams like the Mets, teams like the A's, they wouldn't be selling off.
Mm-hmm.
They'd be trying to find a way to stay on because whatever television network you're on is going to get really ticked off that you're no longer one of the top. We'll say if 2 teams in baseball got relegated every year.
Mm-hmm.
I think you have to do at least 2 or there's kind of pointless to do it.
I think so. Yeah, because you can't just do one, really.
The NBA, in theory, they could relegate about 10 of those teams every year. You'd have so much more talent in the NBA if you didn't have the 10 bottom feeders.
Absolutely, I agree with that. I mean, they're a bad year in and year out pretty much as well.
All right, so we got those under control. So you took Wisconsin and Iowa. I took Texas A&M. Tomorrow, Joey will have a couple of picks. I'll have one, and try and do this as fair as possible. Comes Friday, Bobby will have 6 because we're trying to get it as fair as possible because he was one of the last ones to pick. So for it to even out, he's going to try to beat us with the overall deepness of the conference, whereas we've got some of the bigger dogs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Bob, I like his conference. He's still got a Clemson in there and some other little guys.
He's got LSU too, doesn't he? Or no?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
Let me see. I know he's got Florida won't be good.
And Oregon he has too. That's not a bad one.
Florida won't be good this year, but normally Florida's good. Yeah, he's got Clemson, LSU, Oregon, and then outside of that, I really like the Oklahoma, North Carolina, and South Carolina. Oklahoma long term, North Carolina, and South Carolina for this year.
Mm-hmm. I was hoping Oregon was still there. I thought that was a good pick by him. He made.
Yeah, he's. I mean, right now, the laughing stock is the National Conference with Joey. I like Notre Dame and Ohio State and USC. Then he went to Louisville, and the wheels fell off. In Utah.
Yeah, Utah, if he picked a strong Louisville team, I like that Utah pick a little bit more, but, that Louisville one was just a little bit of a conundrum for sure.
Well, he'll have the first 2 picks tomorrow because I'm going to try to give him a fighting chance to even out this team. So, maybe he's just a closet Louisville Cardinal fan. I don't know.
What if they tear it up this year, man?
You do understand we're not talking about baseball, right? What is your lock? We're running out of time. Man, this thing jumped on me quick today.
It is. My lock of the day today for that reason is going to be the St. Louis Cardinals -1.5 home against the Athletics with Miles Mikolas on the bump tonight.
All right. I'll probably take I'm staying away from the Braves tonight, coming back on that trip. Let me get give me Max Scherzer and the Rangers -1.5 at home against Sandoval and the Angels. We got a jam. Stay tuned for the Brian Snow Show. We'll see you first pitch, Braves Country HD, 7:20. And let's go and get on out of here. Have a good one, y'all.
You too, brother.
Goodbye, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart, goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks on 99.1 FM WQEE, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country comes your way weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Please follow, like, and subscribe today. Armchair Quarterback Radio, your first choice for Southern sports.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Can I get another
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
Good. You can't drink like me. You can't.
Are the game. O is for Stadium. His record, pure gold. His courage, pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitch.
Armchair.
Well, the season's finally here, and the players hit.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturday, September 9th, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., you'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Brian Snow, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. It all begins September 9th, right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM, WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback, the All-American
Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes, not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium. His record, pure gold. His courage, pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, close to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine.
Armchair
presents the world's first star in your own radio commercial. Okay, guys, whenever you hear this sound, Insert your name.
Hi there.
Braves country.
Sorry I'm late. Sometimes there just aren't enough hours in the day to be a neurosurgeon and a swimwear model. Oh, am I thirsty? How about it?
Braves country.
Got anything tall and cool? Oh, no.
Braves country.
You are so thoughtful. But of course,
Braves country.
the first choice for every occasion. You know, I have a confession to make. If I ever had a son, I'd want to name him
Braves country.
Oh,
Braves country.
come here. Now.
Braves country. Braves country. Braves country.
Well, you did very well in your first commercial.
Braves country.
Have a
Braves country.
You've earned it.
Armchair.
Braves country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with one inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman The ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With the smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, strike two. Fraud! Cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball. And now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Well, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner. Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
You're in Braves Country.
All right, Braves Country. Your Atlanta Braves win the series. It was disappointing that we lost the last game of the series. But look, here's the thing. Until it becomes important to them, it's not going to become extra important to us, meaning we want to win the game as fans. But until Braves brass, and I'm talking about the managers from up top, et cetera, until they stop running Yanni Chirinos out there and trying to convince us that this is some kind of a attempt to win, it really isn't. Not only do they run him out there, well, we talked about this in the pregame and during the game at the very beginning, and I've talked about this the last few starts with him. If you run Yanni Chirinos out there for more than one time through the order, you're pressing your luck. If you run him through there the second time in the order and he comes through unscathed, count your blessings. The third time through the order, no shot in hell is he getting through. And that's what they tried to do. And third time through the order, they'd seen his junk pitches. He only has a couple of effective junk pitches. So basically what you're looking at is it the slider, is it the sinker? They both don't come in at you hard. And even a veteran like Chirinos can only mask it so much. And the Braves lose a tough one. I did like the fact that they continued to fight. I like the fact that they got down 7-3 on a long road trip. We are in the middle of a span of 14 games in 13 days, and 10 days, 11 games were on the road. Now, granted, the Cubs are the only team in that span that we're looking at that have a real chance of making the playoffs, right? But even still, they're still major league games. They're still not, I'm not going to give you a bunch of horse manure talk where you can sit there and try to tell you that they're great teams, but they're still major league baseball teams. And they're still looking at the fact that on any given day, you could go in there and really end up with what is essentially a hot pitcher. I wouldn't have called Kodai Senga last night a hot pitcher. I'd just say that he pitched. Kodai Senga did Kodai Senga things. That's what I expected to see out of Kodai Senga is what we got. A guy who gave up a few runs. We got to him early. He settled down. He pitched okay the second part of the game. Nothing blowing you away. The Braves didn't piece together a couple of hits. They could have had a few more runs. But the main thing was from last night, when Cheerios is on the mound, you're going to need something a lot stronger than a bowl of cereal to get through it if you're a Braves fan. That's what it is. That's what it is. That's where we're at. He's not going to be a part of the plans for October. We know that. This is a tough part, a tough stretch where they're trying to spell some things. I still think that they're trying to work things out with Soroka. I still think that they're trying to figure out his mechanics. He doesn't look right when he's come up. Yeah, he's better than Cheerios, but they don't have long-term plans with Cheerios. The long-term plans of Soroka obviously ends next year. We've talked about how he's going to be a free agent at the end of 2024. But the long-term plans could be making him look as good as he can be so you could trade him in the offseason. You don't know what's going on in the heads of the brass. So we put that game aside. It is what it is, and it damn sure ain't what it ain't because it wasn't a win. But once again, Braves offense came in. It was good to see Marcell Ozuna come up with that big bases clearing double. It was good to see Sean Murphy hit a home run. That was a blast too. And then another, red hot. We're going to ride him as long as we can. Matt Olson. I wish this was going on beginning of October. Matt Olson hits like this in October. You can go ahead and start fitting yourselves for rings, Braves country. Matt Olson has just been unreal. And he goes out there and hits another home run last night for those of y'all who might have missed the game. It was an absolute blast watching the at bat as we're doing the game. And the whole time I'm looking at this. So the first three pitches, I just mentioned he was pitching outside. Didn't want to get in his wheelhouse. And I mentioned right before the pitch was thrown that the catcher was setting up inside. And I'm sitting there watching this going, man, he better not miss. Because if he puts it in the wrong place and boom goes the dynamite and that ball was gone. And I'm starting to really fall in love with the way Matt Olson, when he hits one and he knows he's got it, he knows he didn't miss it, he just kind of puts his head down, goes to his trot. And I'm sorry, but that to me is much cooler than any bat flip, pounding of the chest, any kind of celebration that any Major League Baseball player does. Matt Olson gives you the Jerry Rice celebration. Remember how Jerry Rice used to just go over and hand the ball to the ref? Because he'd been there before, and he was planning on being back again. Barry Sanders used to do the same thing. Nothing wrong with the celebrations, but my favorite celebration is the non-celebration. What did you expect? You hung one right in my wheelhouse. Of course I'm knocking it out. Not the look at me, can you believe I did what I did? So Matt Olson goes out there and hits another blast over the weekend. He chases down and passes Shohei Ohtani for the league in home runs. Matt Olson is now sitting there with 43 home runs and 107 RBI. And it has just been an absolute blast to watch him pitch. Absolute blast. And Atlanta is going to go into today. It's Max Fried Day. So we're excited for that. Max Fried's pitched well coming back. He was a little bumpy last time out. But all in all, you can't dislike what you've seen from Max Fried. He's going to come into tonight against the New York Yankees, who are licking their own wounds. They blew a 5-run lead in the ninth inning, giving up 6 runs, losing the game. I think I have that right. I know it was 7-2 at one point. Let me double check that real quick. It was 7-2 at one point. I know that they gave up a boat ton of runs in the ninth. I was busy getting ready for last night's game, and I was listening to it. I didn't actually get to see it. Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. It was a 4-run lead, 7-3 going into the ninth, and he gave up 5 runs. But at one point did have at one point, the New York Yankees led that game 7-1 going to the bottom of the 6th. They gave up a run in the bottom of the 6th, made it 7-2, and 7-3 in the 8th, and then 5 runs to lose 8-7. Holmes, their closer, is the one that spit the bit. He threw a lot of pitches in that inning, so I don't expect him to be available for this game anyways. And I think that's one of those ones where you want him to kind of reset. And they're going to send him back out there as soon as they can. Because the last thing you want a reliever to do is to just stew over what just happened. But we're going to get Clark Schmidt today of the Yankees rotation. He's been in the rotation. He's been a solid pitcher for the Yankees. He's 8-6 with a 4.23 ERA. I follow him quite a bit because, as some of y'all may know, I play a lot of fantasy baseball. So I pay more attention to players people normally wouldn't pay attention to because of that. Not just because of doing the Braves every day, but the fantasy baseball, you become familiar with guys that your average fan goes, who? Well, Clark Schmidt has been solid and pulling up his game log from, we'll take it back to the beginning of July. I think if you go back any further, it's a little disingenuous. He went 5 and gave up 3 against Baltimore. You know what? Let's go ahead and start after the All-Star break, right? He went 6 in Colorado, only gave up 2. At home against Kansas City, 5 2/3, gave up 3. At Baltimore, 5 and gave up 3. At home against Houston, 5 and gave up 2. And his last time out in Chicago against the White Sox, gave up 1 over 5 1/3. So a solid starting pitcher. You got to expect that it's going to be, even though the Braves lead Major League Baseball in runs scored in the first inning, and their run differential in the first inning is larger than any team's run differential in any inning. And that's a heck of a way to get a game started, right? But don't be alarmed if the Braves are scuffling at the beginning, because what it shows with Clark Schmidt is that he's pretty tough on a lineup the first and second time through the lineup When you get him around to the third is with a lot of pitchers, that's when you can get to him. But looking at what he does, he is a bit of a power pitcher. By the way, he's from Ackworth, Georgia. So born and bred in Braves country. Looking at how many strikeouts he gets, he is a swing and miss guy, but not a big swing and miss guy normally. But sometimes he gets on a roll, especially on the weaker lineups. Against the White Sox, 7 strikeouts. Back in Colorado, 8 strikeouts. He did strike out the Orioles 7 times, but the second time he faces them in about a month span, only strikes them out twice. That gives you an idea that the Orioles had just seen him and made the adjustments and were able to put the ball in play. If the Braves put the ball in play, that's going to be the key thing, not get a bunch of strikeouts. And the Braves are so much better, so much more fun to watch as they have eliminated the strikeouts as being their big Achilles heel over the last several years. You remember, it hasn't been that long ago that that's all they were swing and miss. That's all you saw. It was so damn bland to watch that. And now they put the ball in play, even if it is a grounder over to third base. It's much more fun to watch Ronald Acuna Jr. try to beat one out in the infield and put the ball in play. Because first of all, he hits it hard enough. And he hits the ball hard a lot of times over there. Sometimes he gets through the hole. You also put the pressure on the defense. But if the Braves can put the ball in play, the one thing that I do know about the Yankees, because I listen to New York radio a lot, they have had issues on defense. So if we can put the ball in play, it gives us even a better chance. Braves do come in this morning. They were minus 205 on the money line, and the over-under was 9. So do with that as you may. But it's Fried versus Schmidt tonight. Tomorrow night, the Atlanta Braves would have Bryce Elder on the mound versus Luis Severino. Severino is not the Severino. It's not your slightly older brother Severino. Severino this year is 2-7 with an 8.06 ERA. I don't know what the line's going to be, but I can't get to the window quick enough. 8.06 ERA going into Truist Park to face his Atlanta Braves. Unless they're sleepwalking, the Braves ought to bang. Give you an idea of what he has given up in his last several outings. Whatever I'm trying to say. Right after the All-Star break, looked pretty good going against the Angels. I don't think they had Mike Trout, but going up against the Angels. 6, 1 earned run. All right. Came back home to face the Royals. 5 2/3, 8 hits allowed, 3 earned runs, 2 home runs. Not loving that. But they did get the win, so you kind of left, and he got the win, so you kind of lived with it. This is where it's gotten ugly for Luis Severino. In Baltimore, 3 1/3, 9 earned runs, 10 hits, a home run. Did strike out 5. He still has the strikeout pitch, but 9 earned runs in Baltimore. All right, well, sometimes guys just have a bad outing. Comes home against Houston. 4 innings, 5 earned runs. So it's not the fact that he was on the road. All right. Well, now he goes against the White Sox. Come on, dude. The White Sox are just not a good baseball team. They're in shambles. This is shortly after the Tim Anderson beat down. Like this, come on. You got to get right here. At the White Sox. Not really a pitcher-friendly park. 2 innings. 4 earned runs. 5 hits allowed, 4 runs, only strikes out 2. Unbelievable. By the way, just before the All-Star break, he went up against the Orioles and the Cardinals, and this is really where it started showing that there were some real issues with Severino, because people had a jolt of, hey, maybe he's turned it around coming out of the All-Star break. But right before that, 2 2/3 versus Baltimore, 7 earned. At St. Louis, 4 innings, 7 earned. The confusing thing is he's at home against Texas in late June, 6 and shuts them out. But before that, 4 other outings consecutively, 7 runs, 4 runs, 5 runs, 3 runs. And the 5 runs and the 4 runs given up against the White Sox and the Mets, 2 of the weaker offenses in baseball. So the Braves have a decided advantage. Now we got Elder on the mound. He has been rough, but he hasn't been batting practice bad. He hasn't been like the way we saw Yanni on Sunday night. Elder has had pockets where he has lost his control, his pinpoint, and he's owned up to him. I've seen him in interviews. He's owned up to him, basically said, I got to be more consistent, yada, yada, yada. Well, this is a time to do it. The Yankees are not the Bronx Bombers of old. Yes, they do have a couple of guys you have to worry about in the lineup, but top to bottom, if you pitch around, basically what the Yankees nowadays have is Judge. Stanton's been hitting a little better recently. So we know those two can bang when they're in the lineup. Outside of that, it's a pretty light hitting lineup. It's not even like a couple years ago when I thought the Yankees were not that great, but they were hitting a lot of home runs, and it showed in the postseason because their pitching fell apart. But they had a lot of home runs in the lineup. That's not what the Yankees are now. They're sit around and wait for one of their 2 big boppers to come through. If not, it's a lot of stringing hits together to score. So that's the game on Tuesday night. And then on Wednesday night, that matchup, the Braves, by the way, all 3 of these are 7:20 first pitch. There is no day game. They do that for a couple of things. A, it's August, hotter than hell. B, they're playing the Yankees, and they want those nighttime seats. And fair enough, why wouldn't you? This is the game on Wednesday that I'm the most concerned about. And you wouldn't think this. You wouldn't think this in a million years. But Randy Vasquez, is going to be on the mound for the New York Yankees. He hasn't gone deep into games, but he is 2-1 with a 1.89 ERA. His last time out, he got battered around a little bit by the Marlins, still went 3 2/3, only gave up 2. His pitch count got kind of high for him. They were stretching him back out. And what you're looking at for Vasquez is that he's typically 75 to 80 pitches. That's his limit at this point. And then they go get him. And really a lot has to do with the fact they don't want the lineup to see him more than twice. Kind of like what they should have been doing with Yanni on Sunday night, because when he got to around that point, when you saw him the second, even towards the end of the second time through, he was done. People were teeing off on him. They were spitting on his pitches that were just missing the zone. But back to this, the outing prior to that, which was about a month ago because they did send him down, 5 innings, no earned. Thursday, June 8th, which was once again about a month. He's getting about a start a month. This is going to be his second start in 5 days. So, I mean, they're putting him through the grinder at this point. He gets 1 start a month in the majors. All of a sudden, he gets back-to-back. So they must like what they see. But back in May, against the Padres, went 4 2/3 and gave up 2. And against the White Sox in June, went 5 2/3, gave up none. So this will be the best offense he has seen. But at the same token, he's been keeping the runs off the board, which the name of the game is to outscore your opponent. So he's doing that. He's going to be going up against Charlie Morton. And Charlie Morton, let's be honest, is a shell of his former self. Charlie Morton has struggled. He pitched pretty well against the Mets, but the Mets, come on. The Mets that we saw this weekend, other than Saturday nights and Sunday nights game, those were basically AA, AAA lineups. They didn't have Lindor. They had a bunch of scrubs in there playing. I mean, the Friday Saturday morning game was unbelievably laughable. Not only was the score 21-3, and people were like, "Man, Winans! I can't believe they sent him down. Holy cow, he's looked really good." And look, I'll be honest with you, if it worked out, it was just the way we were in the lineup. But if it worked out, I would have liked to have seen Winans stay up. Don't get me wrong, but who was going to pitch Sunday, right? I would have liked to see him just go Yanni on short rest on Saturday. I mentioned this the other day. Have Yanni go on short rest on Saturday. Have him just go a couple innings. I would have pitched a hell of a lot better. Wouldn't have been asked to do as much. And have Winans go on either Saturday night or Sunday and have Strider pitch the other game. Honest engine, it would have been smarter just give Strider an extra day of rest, have Winans pitch. But whatever. They don't ask us, but we tell them anyways what we would have liked to see. But Morton, looked better when you look at 5 innings, no earned. That's great. He walked 7 batters. This guy is walking guys left and right. Let me read off to you what he has done in the last 4 starts. We're just going to 4 starts. He has walked in 4 starts a total of 18 batters. That's in just 19, just over 20 innings. That's a walking inning. That's absurd. You can't have that. And he's hitting batters. He always has. This is a real concern going into October. If Kyle Wright is your number 3, and that is a big if right now. But let's say they're convinced Wright's going to be rocking and rolling. If Kyle Wright is your number 3 and Bryce Elder can't pull it back together, I do have faith in Bryce. Don't get me wrong. He's one of my favorite pitchers to watch. I love a crafty pitcher. I love a guy who can't blow you away. So he's got a decent fastball, but he gets you timed off by the sinker. But if he doesn't get it back together, who in the world is going to be our number 4 starter? You go into that first series, assuming that we get the bye. It's a best out of 5. You have Max Fried, Spencer Strider, and hopefully Kyle Wright. What if the series is 1-2? We would be on the road at that point, trying to get the Game 5 back to Atlanta for Max Fried to close out the deal. How do you win that game? Because Charlie Morton has not proven over the last few months that you can trust him. Every once in a while, he'll throw a gem. But we got to see some consistency. How the hell do you roll him out there in good conscience, knowing that your entire season's on the line? Best record in baseball. Put the best record aside. This has been the best team in baseball, top to bottom, all year long. How do you do it? You feel almost the pressure to sweep in the first round. So you can get some guys some rest and start back over in the NLCS. That's tough. That is tough. So I want to see much better out of Charlie Morton. I want to see Charlie Morton string together 3-4 good outings in a row. They don't have to be shut down, but give me 6 innings. Give me a quality start where you're not running your pitch count up and walking a bunch of folks. He's gone 6 innings one time in the past month. Before that, he went 7-6, 5 2/3, a little bit of a bumpy stretch. But all in all, Charlie Morton's just showing signs of age. And I get that, man. Father Time's undefeated, as they say, right? But that has nothing to do with the fact that we're trying to win a World Series. And Charlie Morton, I've been mentioning this for a while. I like the idea of him going back to the bullpen come October. Remember, he had been in the bullpen a long time in his career. He was not an everyday starter. He was not. Now, he developed into a pretty darn good starter and a guy who can get swing and miss. But right now, for whatever reason, and it's not really his stuff. The curveball is still there. He's just misplacing it. The fastball is still topping out at 97 miles an hour. But he hasn't been that consistent. And Bryce Elder, if he can get back to form, and Elder hasn't been awful, but if he can get back to where he was a month or so ago, basically since the All-Star break, I felt like the All-Star break he hit a wall. But if he can get him back there, and Kyle Wright's pitching well, I like that front four a lot more. And can you imagine if you've got Charlie Morton coming out of the bullpen with his mentality? I think he could be a very good piece in the bullpen. If you need a long stretch, you could go to Charlie, but I'm talking about a guy coming in that gives you an extra right-hander that can throw 97 and a nasty curve. And one time through the lineup, that's a lot. You're talking about it. That's a lot different game than Charlie have to think, well, I got to throw this now because I got to set this guy up for later. He can just go out there and throw 97, blow him away, and then drop the curve in there when he gets 2 strikes. Something to think about, but Charlie Morton, if he wants to be in the rotation come October and legitimately deserve to be in the rotation come October, we got to start seeing it Wednesday against Randy Vasquez. I do believe the Braves are going to win the series. They've got an opportunity to sweep because on paper, we are much better at every start. But they don't play baseball games on paper. They play them inside your radios, right? So I do think the Braves are going to win the series. I'd love a sweep, but I'll say it till the day I die. I never assume a sweep. And then we'll be looking ahead towards the San Francisco series, as we will have Thursday off. Thankfully, they'll get a rest and then play San Francisco this coming weekend, who's having a really good season in their own right. And then we host the Mets again. So we'll see the Mets again next week in Truist Park this time. And those games, those are all night games as well, it looks like. I was seeing if that last getaway day is, but no, those are all night games as well. Once again, August, once against New York fan base. They were thinking back when they scheduled this that the Mets would be in the race. When you look at that, then we start that brutal road trip that I am cringing over, where we're going to go to San Francisco. So we're going to see the Giants twice in about a week's time. We're going to go to San Francisco. We're going to squeeze in a trip to Colorado and then finish it off on Labor Day weekend. A 4-game set at the Dodgers. That is going to be, it's going to be fun, but that is going to be rough. And even with the West Coast games, we're bringing most of them to you. Even those late starts, I've got some things worked out, and we're going to bring most of them to you. I believe the only one we might miss is that Saturday night game. I think all the other ones, I'm pretty sure we're going to have, even on the West Coast trip. So for you night owls or those that wake up in the morning and want to catch the game, I know a lot of folks do it that way instead. We will have it pitch by pitch, play by play. The only one that I know that we're not going to do is the late night game Saturday night, September 2nd. I've got something that I got going on that celebrating my birthday weekend. Birthday's actually the week before, but celebrating my birthday weekend, I have a lot of folks coming over the house, and I'm sorry, last thing you'd want is for me to try to attempt to do any kind of play-by-play at 9:10 Eastern on a Saturday night. Not to mention it's the beginning of college football, and what we saw last year is that people kind of tuned out on Saturdays. So we're going to play those by ear, but people kind of tuned out on Saturday's college football. So we're going to bring you some of those Saturday games, but we're going to kind of play it by ear and pick and choose because those do not get very good reception from all. It'd be a little different if people were still into it, but it seems like that college football starts, people tune out, especially when the Braves are running away with the division. I think it'd be a different story if that was a huge series going up against a division rival and we were fighting it out for the division. When we get back from that series, by the way, this is where the rubber will meet the road. We will then be in the home stretch in September. And remember, though we have a healthy lead, we do face the Phillies twice, 2 series in September. But we also get to face the Nationals twice. So if we take care of business with the teams we're supposed to beat, not only should the division be a lock, but we should, down the stretch, be able to sew up best record in baseball. That's a long ways away. Real quick, did want to talk about the MVP race. Is it Acuna? Is it Olsen? Is it somebody else? Look, right now, the odds on money is for the MVP is Ronald Acuna Jr. It's not particularly close. Looking at the numbers right now for Vegas, they usually have a pretty good beat on this. But Ronald Acuna Jr., I saw last night, was minus 850. I'm looking at it now. Is this? Well, this was a week ago that there was an article up. So it does tell you this. It started to close a little bit. So a week ago, Ronald Acuna Jr., FanDuel, DraftKings, and whatever Bet365 is, they were all consensus. Ronald Acuna Jr. minus 1,600 to win the NL MVP. That means you have to bet $1,600 to win 100. So terrible odds because they think it's a slam dunk. Freddie Freeman plus 800. Even one book had him plus 1,000. Mookie Betts plus 4,500. Matt Olson plus 5,500. Now that was last week. Last night, they had it as Ronald Acuna Jr. was now minus 850, I think it was. Freddie Freeman was plus, he was still in that same neighborhood, plus 450, plus 500, somewhere in that neighborhood. But this is how you know that he's making a move. Matt Olson went from no way in hell is it happening to plus 2,000. I still love the plus 2,000. If you're making a bet, if I'm making a bet on one of these, I'm riding Matt Olson. I'm riding that horse down the stretch. I still think right now Acuna is going to win the MVP if the bet was taken today. I mean, if the vote was taken today. But I like the odds when you're talking about a betting odd of Matt Olson plus 2,000. You're talking about being able to lay in $10 to win, 200? Matt Olson leads Major League Baseball in RBIs. He leads Major League Baseball in home runs. The weirdest part about this is I was looking at Major League Baseball's WAR. For those of y'all who don't follow WAR, wins above replacement. The short of it is it's basically a metric to show who is the most valuable player to a team adding wins to the win column. And I'll go with Fangraphs WAR. There's several different, because there's different measures. That's why the WAR changes. That's why it's a little bit of a goofy stat. But this is the WAR today. And this is odd. This is why I say WAR, you take it with a grain of salt. It's a good metrics, but it's not the end all that beats all. Shohei Ohtani leads with 8.2. All right, that's fair enough. He pitches and he's leading the AL in home runs. I'm a little surprised it's not higher, to be honest with you. Ronald Acuna Jr. leads all normal players, right? Ones without magical powers that can throw and hit simultaneously with a 6.4. Freddie Freeman a 6.0. And way down below, Mookie Betts, Wander Franco. Ugh, is that not a creepy story? He's dating a 14-year-old? What are you doing, son? That's not going to turn out well. Marcus Semien, Luis Robert, really? Luis Robert? And Matt Olson sits right below them at a 4.5. Matt Olson's WAR is barely above Ha-Seong Kim. What in the hell are we talking about? We've been told all this time that, don't pay attention to the batting average. You got to worry about what kind of runs they're producing, blah, blah, blah. You look at the OPS of him, Ronald Acuna Jr., pick today, one's higher than the other. It's neck and neck. Because I've gone by OPS for a lot longer than I think most people have, but OPS is much more indicative of what you're really doing. It means when you do hit the ball, where does it go and where do you land up on? Are you rattling a lot of singles like a Luis Arias of the Marlins, or are you making it count? Leading home runs, leading RBIs, an OPS near 1,000. What are we talking about having him that low? Makes zero sense. So just about the time they try to convince me WAR is a good number, is a good metric, I see this. There's no way on God's green earth anybody would take Luis Robert, Kim, who else is in his neighborhood? Francisco Lindor this year is 3 points below Matt Olson. Matt Olson is 3 points below Wander Franco. 2 points below Luis Robert. So what you're trying to tell me is that the distance between Matt Olson and Francisco Lindor's had a terrible year this year by his standards is about the same as Matt Olson and Luis Robert. Get the hell out of here. Robert's a fine player. He's a good player. He's not having a Matt Olson year. So I got to throw these out the window. Personally, right now, I probably would vote for Matt Olson, although I do believe that Acuna is going to get the votes. A lot of it has to do with the fact he's been being hyped all year long. Matt Olson's kind of surged out of nowhere. If Olson gets red hot, though, he could win this award, but it would take a red hot September as well. He's been really good here in August. Darn good. Smoking hot. But when you talk about the votes have to be in by the end of the regular season, most of them are going to put it off until that last week. What are you doing leading up? So there you have that. Right now, I just hope one of them wins it, and Freddie Freeman doesn't sneak in the back door on some nonsense where folks are splitting their votes with Acuna and Olsen and propelling Freddie up the ranks. I don't think that'll happen. I do believe it's going to end up being Acuna, Olsen, some version of that, or Olsen and Acuna, and Freddie finishing third. All right. That'll about do it for us today here on Braves Country Brunch. Just want to talk some Braves baseball because we're in the thick of football season now. In our live 3 to 5 show, we'll still be talking baseball, but we get a lot of football talk. And Mondays are tough to squeeze in baseball. And Thursdays are going to be tough to squeeze in. So those are the 2 days that we're going to be doing Braves Country today when there's not a game that's pushing us out. There's an early game on a Monday or a Thursday, then forget it. But we'll be doing that down the stretch till the end of the season. And then we'll figure it out, play it by ear. This will probably be more something that'll take place on the days where the Braves play in the postseason. But y'all have a good day. Hopefully y'all enjoyed this a little bit. Please smash that like. Please subscribe. We're seeing the subscriptions go up. Our hope is that we can get up to 20,000 subscriptions by October going into the postseason. We got a ways to go, but we're seeing it trend up a little bit. So hopefully we hit that. Also, real quick, I'll go ahead and give you my pick to click tonight with Schmidt on the mound. Look, I just banged the drum for him. Give me Matt Olson again. I know it's improbable for him to go out there and roast another one over the wall, but give me Olson again. The dude is just he's in his zone right now, and he's back home. I think he's going to get 2 home runs in this series. Hopefully I'm right that one of them is tonight. Pick to click, Matt Olson, going to ride that puppy, and I think the Braves win this. I think they'll finally get to Clark Schmidt, put some runs on the board. Give me a fairly high-scoring game. Max Free goes out and pitches well. We'll take the Braves to win this one, going away 6-2. Braves Country Brunch, Mondays and Thursdays.
You're in Braves Country.
You can't drink like me, you can't smoke like me. So don't try and be like me. Let's party together.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary, and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season, and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have, and the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Touch them all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
A room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive, let's see it. 1 run is in. Here comes Brave. He's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
You're in Braves Country.
one strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first, and here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose what stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red bellows bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball. Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. We are live, and the scene is Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia, where we're set to bring you pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. Here are your starting lineups for today's action. Leading off for the visiting New York Yankees, Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, IKF, is playing third base, 6 home runs, 34 RBI, 10 stolen bases, batting .253. Aaron Judge, the designated hitter, 22 home runs, 45 RBI, 3 stolen bases, a .281 average. Gleyber Torres, batting third, playing second with 18 home runs, 49 RBI, 12 stolen bases, batting .269. Giancarlo Stanton is in right field with 18 home runs, 45 RBI, a .206 average. Harrison Bader, manning center field with 7 home runs, 36 RBI, 4 stolen bases, batting .266. DJ LeMahieu is the first baseman with 8 home runs, 29 RBIs, batting .240. Anthony Volpe is the shortstop tonight, batting 7th, 16 home runs, 46 RBI, 20 stolen bases, and a .211 average. The hind catcher tonight for the Pinstripes, Kyle Higashioka, has 7 home runs, 30 RBI, and a .237 average. Cabrera is in left field with 4 home runs, 23 RBI, 6 stolen bases, batting .202. On the mound for the New York Yankees, it's Clark Schmidt, 8-6 with a 4.23 ERA, 1.29 whip, 115 innings pitched, 117 hits allowed, 110 strikeouts, 31 walks, and 17 home runs given up. He'll be going head-to-head with Max Fried, who's 3-1 with a 2.5 ERA, 1.06 whip, 36 innings pitched, 31 hits allowed, 37 strikeouts, 7 walks, and 2 home runs given up. Backing him up in the bottom of the first inning, leading off and playing right field, Ronald Acuna Jr., 26 home runs, 71 RBI, 55 stolen bases, batting .337. Michael Harris II will be patrolling center field for your Atlanta Braves. Comes in with 11 home runs, 35 RBI, 16 stolen bases, a .287 average, and batting second in the lineup. Austin Riley will be batting third, playing third with 28 homers, 75 RBI, 2 stolen bases, batting .280. Matt Olson is the cleanup hitter with 1 stolen base, 43 home runs, leading Major League Baseball, 107 RBI, leading Major League Baseball and batting .273. Behind home plate tonight, it's Travis d'Arnaud with 9 home runs, 29 RBI, batting .267. Designated hitter, Marcell Ozuna with 23 home runs, 57 RBI, a .237 average. Eddie Rosario, batting 7th with 16 home runs, 51 RBI, 2 stolen bases, batting .244. Orlando Arcia, the shortstop, 13 home runs, 43 RBI, a stolen base, and batting .290. Nicky Lopez is playing second base for the injured Ozzie Albies with 1 home run, 18 RBI, 4 stolen bases, batting .229. Calling balls and strikes behind home plate tonight, it's Jeff Nelson. The first base bag will be C.B. Buckner. Second base will be manned by Chris Segal, and down the third base line, it's Ben May. Game time temperatures are expected to start in the mid-80s, tapering off into the high 70s by the end of the action. Atlanta Braves come into tonight 75-42 on the year, 37-20 at home. New York Yankees 60-58, 25-30 on the road. Expecting a packed house here at Truist Park on Monday, August 14th, for a battle between the New York Yankees and your Atlanta Braves. Well, it's about that time. Grab you a cold one. Find you an armchair. It's Braves Yankees, game 1 of a 3-game set. Their first and only trip to Truist Park this year. Get your game face on, Braves Country. Welcome in, Braves Country. See a couple of comments. We'll go ahead and hit those up here in just a second. Let me get everything in order. As far as Ozzie Albies goes, he's going further testing tonight, so we'll know a little more. It's great baseball time in Braves Country. The first pitch on the way from Max Fried is delivered to home plate and swung on and swatted into right field for a leadoff single for Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, IKF for the rest of the series. Too much of a tongue twister, right? Braves come in to tonight, best record in baseball. We're wearing our home whites. Braves on the front with the tomahawk in red. Braves in red, numbers in red on the back. The first pitch on the way to Aaron Judge, who comes in batting .281, is just misses up high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. Names in navy on the back. Braves wearing their blue ball caps with the red bill and the white A. The 1-0 pitch downstairs misses, 2-0. New York Yankees are wearing their classic road grays with the New York and navy across the chest. Navy caps with the white NY on the front. 1 on, nobody out. The 2-0 to Aaron Judge. Lefty-righty matchup. Right there for a strike, 95 on the outer edge up high. It's 2-1. Aaron Judge spent most of the year on the shelf. But still one of the more dangerous bats in all of Major League Baseball. The 2-1 pitch. In the dirt, changeup misses, 3-1. So I think the last thing that he wanted to do to start this at bat, or start this inning, was to give up a leadoff single and run the count 3-1 to Aaron Judge, but here we are. Lefty-righty matchup, the wind of the pitch swung on. That ball's roasted into center field. Right center field, cutting it off is Michael Harris II. There's going to be runners on first and third and nobody out for the New York Yankees to start the evening. falling behind there and having to give Judge a fastball, and he knew exactly where it was going, just stepped into it and shot it against the teeth of the defense. And trouble of brewing here early on. Braves nothing, Yankees nothing, but runners on the corners and nobody out. That'll bring Gleyber Torres to the plate. Gleyber Torres takes the first pitch inside, 269 batting average. Well inside for a ball. It's 1-0. $18 home runs for Torres. Pitch on the way. Looked like an exact replay of the first one. Another curveball that was well inside, 2-0. The 2-0 pitch just clips the outer edge. Strike one, 2-1. Sinker. Might have got the benefit of the doubt on the call. Any way you look at it, you got runners on the corners, nobody out. Torres with a 2-1 count in his favor. The infield is playing back. They'll concede the run. The 2-1 pitch swung on and lifted high. Foul out of play. It's 2-2. So a 2-2 count from Max Fried. Lefty-righty matchup to wind up the pitch. Swing and pops it up high. Will it be deep enough? It's pretty shallow left field. In comes Rosario. He fires it into the infield. IKF slammed on the brakes. He tagged, but maybe took a half a step off the plate. Off the bag, heading towards home plate. Then put on the brakes. He just wanted to bait him into the throw, see if he might throw one wide. So runners on the corners now. One out, a big out number one. You can set up the double play, but a dangerous bat with ducks on the pond. And Giancarlo Stanton. First pitch on the way to Stanton is a curveball, just misses inside, down and in. It's 1-0. Back when he was a Miami Marlin, most of us knew him as Mike Stanton. Changed his name started going by Giancarlo shortly into his career into the major leagues. The 1-0 pitch off the plate wide, 2-0. Braves nothing, Yankees nothing, but quite the pickle here. Runners on the corners. If you're just joining us, one out. Judge stands on first. IKF on third. Stanton at the plate. The 2-0 pitch. Fastball misses high, 97 miles an hour. Ball 3-0. Standing on deck, it's Harrison Bader. Max Fried may be pitching around as opposed to just giving up a tater to Stanton. The 3-0 pitch. Fastball right down the pipe. Maybe not. It's 3-1. Just put it over there or something. The 3-1 pitch. Infield still back. Very back. So anything dribbled through is going to be a run. The 3-1 pitch misses, ball 4. So Stanton will go down and take first base. Max Fried didn't want to give in, and he'll have the bases loaded now. That's the bad news. The good news is you got to force at every bag. Harrison Bader will be the batter. Bader, young center fielder, played his college ball at University of Florida. Lefty-righty matchup, batting .266. The first pitch is a curveball up top of the zone, called for a high strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Let her fly. Down and away. 1-1. Braves nothing, Yankees nothing. Top of the first inning. Max Fried trying to dance out of danger. He's got a 1-1 count. He's gone curveball changeup to begin the at-bat. The pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball's grounded over towards Arcia. He's got one play, and it's to first. It's a 6-3 putout for a slow roller, out number one, but the Yankees do lead it 1-0. If you're scoring at home 6-3, Bader with the RBI, IKF with the run scored, and the Braves trail 1-0. But if he can stop the bleeding here, that would be a best case scenario situation. DJ LeMahieu, though, doesn't get much easier. Comes to the plate. You do have first base open if they want to pitch around. First pitch on the way is a curveball teardrop right there at the kneecaps. Intercut, it's 0-1. Good to see folks in the chat. Busy afternoon, so apologize if I haven't said hi yet, but it's good to see everyone in the chat. Margaret, Goat, AY, Russell, Edward. The 0-1 pitch swung on and grounded right to short. Arcia's got it. Fires it over to first. A 6-3 putout, and the bleeding stops. Considering what we were facing, 1-0 ain't too bad. We'll be back in a flash.
And that's a double-edged sword. It's kind of like watching your mother-in-law go off a cliff in a Cadillac. You got mixed feelings.
Now Ricky Henderson. And with Ricky Henderson, don't look away for that first pitch, because Ricky looking for a fastball right away to park in the stands in left field. He's done it more often than any player in history. All the years, if you think of Ricky, you think of the steals, but he's an all-round leadoff man. And there it goes. Number 76. He adds to his record. And that was a no doubt about it home run. Truly a big fly for Ricky Henderson, the 76th time in his career that he has as the first batter in the lineup. Led off the game with a home run.
My favorite number that's not 3 and 8 or 88 now. My favorite numbers were like 51, 47, 55, 57. And I'm like, man, we got to go with something with an 8. And that was everybody else's opinion too. I was thinking 28. 28's it. I wanted 28. Let's be 28. And Texaco said hard no.
Armchair.
Brooklyn rarely rose above 6th place. Even their diehard fans called the Dodgers Dem Bums.
The Dem Bums became the Dodgers. That was the big name for them. Our bums, our beloved bums. But the term, when it was first used, was pejorative. In the 20s and 30s, people in Brooklyn needed the Dodgers to win, and they'd go out to the ball game, and the Dodgers would lose, and they'd lose stupidly and carelessly and dumbly, and people would come out of Ebbets Field saying, them bums, those lousy bums, they lost again. How'd those bums do today? And it wasn't until they started to win that the nickname became an admirable nickname. It became capitalized.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trailed by 1. It's 1-0 heading to the bottom of the first inning. Clark Schmidt will be on the bump for the Pinstripes tonight. They don't wear pinstripes on the road, but affectionately known as the Pinstripes. First pitch on the way to Ronald Acuna Jr. Swing and a miss strike. 94 top shelf. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch just clips the outer edge. Cunha doesn't like it, but it did look like it probably touched the zone. 0-2. Home plate umpire tonight, Jeff Nelson. The 0-2 pitch swung on, hit deep in the hole, but it was a hard shot. A one-hopper across the diamond will be right into the glove of LeMahieu. 6-3 putout. Good defensive play by IKF. I'm sorry, Anthony Volpe. IKF playing third tonight. Good defensive play. Got it out quickly. First pitch on the way to Michael Harris II, who is hitting second because of the injury to Ozzy Albies. So last night is the 0-1 pitch right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-2. Last night we were being told it was a cramp. Today, the wording changed and no one really batted an eye. But today, it's being said that it is a sore hamstring, possible strain, and they're going for imaging tonight. The 0-2 pitch is swung on and fouled back out of play. We'll do it again. So because of that, good evening, Rebel. I'm not sure if I said hi to you or not. Edward, AY. The 0-2 pitch swung on again, fouled back. So he's gone sinker, sweeper, and then 2 cutters high to jam him on top. So it went from saying it was a cramp to a tweak, a possible strain in the hamstring. The 0-2 pitch inside. Did he go around? He did not. 1-2. Ball went to the backstop. So hopefully it's a short trip to the bench for Ozzy. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Fooled him with the knuckle curve, diving inside under the hands, and there's one away. Two away, excuse me. So 2 down, Austin Riley coming to the plate. Riley, last 28 games, a .322 average. The first pitch is a sinker below the kneecaps for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Schmidt lets it fly. Swing, and that ball's rifled high and deep. Going back on the track. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone. Ram-a-lamma, ding-dong, a solo blast, and your Atlanta Braves have tied the game. 29th home run, 369 happy feet into the chop house. Riley took the outer edge pitch and just stuck his foot in the ground and slammed it over the right field fence. Number 29 for number 27 in the Braves. Tied it up with 1 swing. Really have taken on a different feel to this series, as the first pitch on the way to Matt Olson is right there, taking all the way, sweeper at the knees. It's 0-1. For years and years and years, they were known as the Bronx Bombers. Whatever moniker you want to give the Braves, the Dixie Bombers, they have taken over that in Major League Baseball. The 0-1 pitch misses high and inside. It's 1-1. The 1-1 delivery, way outside wide. They have it dialed up as a sweeper, but it did not sweep. Looked like a changeup that just flattened out there in pitch out territory. Lefty-righty matchup, the 2-1 pitch to Olson. Swing and a miss, 92 just. Got it past him. He must have been sitting on the soft stuff. 2-2. Good to see Margaret and Russell. If I missed you earlier, I think I saw Tanner. Just pop back into the chat. I'll catch up to you. The pitch on the way to Olson. Swing and fouls that off. Jam shot inside. Good cutter by Schmidt. 2-2. The 2-2. Schmidt lets it fly. Off the plate wide, 3-2. Schmidt has I've never really watched him pitch or paid attention to him pitch. I've seen him on the mound before, but he's got like a really weird, like jazz step that he does as he's winding up. It's strange. The 3-2 pitch on the way. Swing and pops it up. High in the sky, but not quite deep enough. Center field, Bader's got it, and that'll end the inning. but not for your Atlanta Braves. Tie it up with the long ball. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
I mean, what am I supposed to do? Go to college, grad school, work?
Most people know the name Billy Martin from the Pine Tar incident in 1983, but not too many people know that it wasn't the first time he called out another team for breaking the rules. On April 25th, 1981, the Oakland A's are visiting the Seattle Kingdome to face off against the Seattle Mariners when Martin senses something is off. He thinks the batter's box looks a little bigger than normal and asks the umpire to break out the ruler and measure it. The verdict? It measured 7 feet, not the customary 6 feet. If you're wondering, the extra foot was in the direction of the mound. After the game, the Mariners groundskeeper admits he was expanding the box under orders from Seattle manager Maury Wills. As a result, Wills was suspended for 2 games and fined $500. His reasoning was he wanted players to stay in the box, but Martin suspects he does it to gain an advantage over his pitching staff, who throws a large number of breaking balls. It couldn't have helped too much because during Wills' time with the Mariners, they go 26 and 56. A little over a week after the incident, the new owner of the Mariners fires Wills on May 6, 1981. For everyone who knew about the Pine Tar game, now you know about the batter's box game.
Armchair.
Gehrig had become the best hitter in the American League, driving in runs at a faster clip than Ruth, but he still had to settle for second billing. The two men were growing increasingly distant, and now Gehrig became obsessed with setting a record no one could ever match. Since May of 1925, he had not missed a single game, and despite aches, sprains, and fevers, he determined never to take himself out of the lineup. "Why don't you take a rest?" someone asked him. "There's no point to it. I like to play baseball, and if I were to sit on the bench, the worry and fretting would take too much out of me."
Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Your Atlanta Braves, New York Yankees, all tied up at 1 apiece. Austin Riley, if you're just joining us, hit a solo shot after the Yankees had ducks all over the pond. Very fortunate, very crafty pitching by Max Fried to get out of that jam. He'll go back to work the 22nd pitch of the evening. And the first pitch on the way here in the second is swung on, a soft liner over towards the right side of the infield against the shift, but right at Matt Olson. He'll make the catch. An atom ball for out number 1. So we're doing roll call here at the very beginning, saying hi to everybody. Do want to say hi to Pam, who listens to us every day. She doesn't get in the chat much, but she grew up a big-time Dodger fan and has now come into Braves country. The 0-1 pitch. To Higashioka. On the way, curveball, check swing. That's a dribbler over to first, and it'll be an easy play. Olson scoops it, flips it. Max Fried touches the bag, and there's 2 away. It's an excuse me swing, very reminiscent to some of the ones the Braves did against the Mets last night. Just dribbles it, and he had the look like, oh, are you serious? So 2 down. Two down, and Cabrera, the number 9 hitter, comes to the plate. Lefty-righty matchup. The first pitch is 93. Just misses inside for a ball. It's 1-0. If Fried can go out there and get Cabrera pretty quickly, this would be a very quick inning. Help keep that pitch count down. The 1-0 pitch right there at the knees. 93 dots the eye on the inner cut. It's 1-1. We were talking about that very thing on the show today. Is the 1-1 pitch is swung on, dribbled over to second, coming off his back foot, pirouetting, trying to throw it to first is Nicky Lopez, the second baseman, and he's not going to have quite enough arm to get it over there. He had a long way to go. The Braves were playing the shift. Cabrera was hitting it against the shift, and he didn't have enough to get it into the outfield, but bought him enough time to get an infield single. So it'll look like a base rip in the scorecard. But an infield single puts one on, two out, back to the top of the order. IKF tricks the first pitch, and Uncle Charlie at the knees on the outer edge. It's 0-1. We were talking about that on the show today, the 3 to 5 show. Of course, if you ever want to catch it and you catch this stream, all you got to do is rewind to the very beginning after the game or whatever. The 0-1 pitch, they're going to have a pickoff attempt. Cabrera just takes off, and the relay from Olsen to second as Lopez tries to apply the tag is not in time. So Cabrera started to take off, and Fried flips it over to first. I thought they were going to get him, but kind of a high throw. And because of the high throw, Lopez had to bend away from the bag. So by the time he tags him, he had to use a swim move to avoid the tag. The 0-1 pitch misses outside. It's 1-1. The throw from Olsen was to the inner part of the lane. Cabrera was sliding to the outside lane. Had Lopez kept the tag on the runner, he would have been out because his arms came off, but he did not. The 1-1 pitch misses inside, 2-1. So they were saying on the afternoon show that evidently 20 other players in Major League Baseball follow her as well on Instagram. The 2-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's rifled down the right field line. Is it fair? It is fair. The Yankees are going to take a 2-1 lead. Ball was sliced just inside the line. The throw is coming over to second, and coming off the bag, applying the tag, is Arcia, and we're out of the inning. So the bad news is the Yankees score a run. The good news is the inning is over. We'll be back in a flash.
This is the greatest baseball team name that has ever existed. They are the Florence Yalls. They are based in Florence, Kentucky. And you might be asking yourself, how do they get this name? The baseball team is named after the water tower in town, which says Florence Yall on it, which was previously Florence Mall, but the state of Kentucky told the city to change it because the mall hadn't been built yet. And this is the best part. Wait, the mascot is the town's water tower. I am buying stock on the Florence Yalls. I am all in.
Armchair.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
We went in the lobby there, went up to the desk and said, "What room is the babe in?" And the clerk told him. So what a different time it was. So we went to the elevator, went up the elevator to the floor, went to the door. The door was open by one of the largest men I've ever seen in my life. He was the color of mahogany. And Uncle Roy said, "Here's the babe here." And this man turned over his shoulder and said, "Babe, there's some people out here to see you." Then I realized who it was that had opened the door. It was Gehrig. And I was amazed at Gehrig. And Gehrig stepped back, and Babe Ruth came out. He had a big cigar in one hand and a drink in the other. And he said, "Hello." I said, "Babe, these boys have come up to see you. They're great fans of yours." He said, "Well, I'm glad to hear it, and I'm glad to see you boys." And he put his hand out, and my little 9-year-old cousin shook his hand, and I shook his hand, and he said, "I've been so glad to see you," and shut the door and went back in. And that's my Babe Ruth story.
Welcome back, Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail 2-1, getting out of that inning once again. Inside throw from Acuna, rifle shot, and the runner came off the bag. Good tag by Arcia, ended the inning. We're Hank Aaron away from getting that sign down, 44. First pitch on the way to Travis d'Arnaud. He's down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch clips the inside part of the zone up high. 1-1. The 1-1. Swing and a miss. Chase that one off the edge. Looked like the cutter. 1-2. Two 1 pitch, swing and lifts that down down the line. Easy for me to say. You got a 1-2 count after the long foul ball by Darno once again. A 1-2 count. The pitch on the way. Just misses off the plate. Good eye by Darno. That thing looked like it was going to grab the bottom of the zone. Once again, if you're listening on radio, welcome into Braves Country HD. You can find us on YouTube nightly. The 2-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball's banged a 2-hopper over to first. LeMahieu will step on the bag, and there's one away. Best way to explain what Clark Schmidt does on the mound before the windup. They obviously wouldn't be able to do this with the stretch position, so you wonder if you can get some ducks on the pond if it can really affect them. But it's like a hippity hop. It's like a dance move. He's moving his left and right foot, almost like Fred Flintstone style, a whole lot of movement, but not going anywhere, and then he delivers it. Must be a rhythm thing. Hippity hop sends it to the plate, and the first pitch on the way to Marcell Ozuna is up top for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch off the plate wide. 0-2. Sorry, 1-1. The 1-1 pitch inside 2-1. So it's a 2-1 count to Marcell Ozuna. He's been sitting on 23 home runs for a hot minute. It's about time for him to, he's got some big base hits. We just like to see him put one over the wall. It's been a while. The 2-1 to Marcell. Down below the knees, 3-1. So a 3-1 count, and how he got here was a sweeper, the hit for a strike, and then knuckle curve, sinker, sweeper, all of them just missing the zone. The 3-1 hippity hop lets it fly. Off the plate wide, ball 4. So Ozuna heads down to first. Eddie Rosario due up. Fernando says 110 degrees out in Arizona. Yeah, but it's a dry heat, so it's okay, right? That's what we hear. First pitch on the way to Eddie is a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. I know it's been hot down here, and it is not a dry heat down here in the deep south. Lord have mercy. You could cut the air with a knife. The 0-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball is going to get laced down the left field line. It is down for a base hit where the green grass grows. Here comes Marcell Ozuna. He's flying around second, heading into third. The throw is late, and your Atlanta Braves have runners on second and third. One out, a double by Eddie Rosario. Get the Eddie chants going. Eddie just sliced that one against the defense. They were playing him to pull. In the outfield, it was pretty honest, but he sliced it against where a third baseman normally would be standing. If the outfield was playing him to pull, the run would have scored. The first pitch on the way to Orlando Arcia swung on and hit high and deep down the right field line, out of play. It's 0-1. I know the heat index around here has been like it was like 118-ish because of the humidity, and it was like 99, whatever it was outside. The 0-1 pitch down below misses 1-1. We just added a new AC not too long ago. That thing was pumping the other day, and it was nowhere near the intended degrees temperature. The 1-1 pitch swung on and just clips that foul. RC had just got a piece of it, a stitch or two, rolls foul towards the first base dugout, 1-2. I knew it was something. I'm usually in this studio. Thankfully, I recently I got one of those old school beat up air conditioners that sticks halfway out your window because, man, I was dying in here. The 1-2 pitch inside almost gets him. That was a bender that didn't bend. 81-mile-an-hour knuckle curve. You kind of wish RC had kind of leaned into it, but then again, we can't have another infielder go down via the injury. So a 2-2 count to Orlando. Nicky Lopez does stand on deck. The pitch on the way. Chase that one well off the edge, strike 3. Cutter. Chase that into the other's batter's box. Now you really wish you'd stuck that elbow pad out there. So 2 down. Nicky Lopez coming to the plate. It's going to take a base hit or something out of the ordinary to get that run home now. Righty-lefty matchup. The first pitch on the way to Nicky is swung on and tapped foul off the plate. It's 0-1. Nicky had a big day on Saturday, not known for his stick. More of a solid defender and good base runner. Batting .229, 1 home run. He was 4 for 6, first part of the doubleheader, and had a shutdown inning in the 9th as the Braves won that first game 21-3 over the Mets. The 0-1 pitch. Righty-lefty matchup. Lets it go. Swing and a miss. Chase that one out of the zone. 0-2. He does appear that when there are runners on base, his feet are much more calm and could just be happenstance, but he hasn't been as accurate. The Braves would have been a little more choosy. The 0-2 pitch swung on, and that ball is going to get against the defense. It is going to be a base hit. It is an RBI for Marcell Ozuna comes home to score. An RBI as Rosario comes home to score. And how about little Nicky going out there and banging home a couple RBIs? The Atlanta Braves lead it 3-2. A little late on the swing, inside out. It was just perfectly placed. What's the old saying? I'd rather be lucky than good most times. That ball was just perfectly placed against the defense. The exit velocity on that, 91 miles an hour, but you couldn't have rolled it down there in a better place. So Lopez stands on first. There's 2 outs. Ronald Acuna Jr. coming to the plate. They go out there and chat to Clark Schmidt. The first pitch on the way to Ronnie is top of the zone, first strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 lets it fly. Down below the knees, 1-1. So he starts him off with the knuckle curve. And then on the 0-1 pitch, try to catch the cutter on the outer part of the plate. Just missed down and away. The 1-1 pitch. High, and the runner's off and going, and Nicky is safe. Head first slide. It was a bad throw up the line. Lopez had to slide against and kind of almost a swinging outside, making sure he didn't get hit by the tag. By the time Glaber gets the ball, Lopez had slid to the back corner of the bag and his legs kind of kicked wide, kind of like in a tailspin. He's safe. The 2-1 pitch to Ronald Acuna Jr. is down and in for a ball. It's 3-1. 3-1 the count. 3-2 your score. High scoring affair so far. Yankees scored one in the first, one in the second. Braves tied it up in the first, and the 3-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Cutter on the outer edge. It's 3-2. Full count now to Acuna. Braves took the lead just moments ago when the Nicky Lopez single scored 2 runs. The 3-2 pitch swung on and smacks that foul back behind home plate. Just missed that. Acuna was inches away from putting a charge into that pitch. Second time seeing Clark Schmidt. He's at 45 pitches. The strength of the New York Yankees club is the bullpen. The 3-2 pitch, outside wide, ball 4. Ronald Acuna Jr. heads down to first. Lopez is on second. Two down. They're going to have a chat out there on the mound. Yankees pitching coach Matt Blake heading out there. I was thinking about this today, and I'm not picking on Matt Blake. This is all throughout Major League Baseball. The managers nowadays don't wear the jerseys like the way Snicker does and the way Cox did. They don't all do it. A lot of them are like Blake, he's just wearing some T-shirt. And I really hate it because they assign them numbers. So if they flash to them in the dugout, that's how you know who they are. But it doesn't do any good. The guy's not going to wear the jersey. Snicker still wears his jersey. And the Braves, by and large, wear their jerseys. Every once in a while, they might have a pullover on if it's cold. First pitch on the way to Michael Harris. Second, it swung on. That ball's going to get down for a base hit. Here comes Lopez. He's flying around third. He'll score, and your Atlanta Braves have taken a 4-2 lead. Four to 2 your score. First pitch swinging. Cutter that got way too much of the plate. And Harris sends it the other way. Braves lead it 4-2. Didn't get a lot of it, but got enough of it to go get it over the head of the infielders. Runners on first and second, 2 outs. I was about to say a second ago the double steal could be on with Nicky Speed. Well, you can say the same thing now as Acuna's on second. Harris is on first. The first pitch on the way. Just grabs the outer edge for a strike. It's 0-1 sweeper. Riley 1 for 1. He had a solo shot to get the Braves going first time up. The 0-1 pitch down and away. To heck with the double steal. You're going to see Ronald Acuna Jr. at third. And Michael Harris is second at second. That was a wide throw. Registered in as a cutter. So it'll be a wild pitch. Runners on the second and third. A single could double the Braves' lead. The 1-1 count to Riley. The pitch on the way. Cutter down and away. 2-1. What has to be in the mind of Clark Schmidt is that if he walks Riley, the bases would be juiced with Matt Olson coming up. So Riley's probably going to get something to see. The 2-1 pitch swung on, sweeper fouled back out of play. It's 2-2. So deuces are wild. You got 2 on, standing on second and third, 2 outs, a 2-2 count. The Braves lead by 2 as it's 4-2 in the bottom of 2. Pitch on the way. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Chase the sweeper up top out of the zone, and that'll end the inning. But not for your Atlanta Braves. Put 3 on the board. We'll be back in a flash. It's 4-2 Atlanta.
Leave me alone. I'm a happily married man. There's no way you're happy. You have 2 kids. Your wife is a disaster. I'm going to take matters into my own hands. I will show her this. She will divorce you. You will become my brother forever.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. AL MVP Shohei Ohtani was not only a great hitter in 2021, but also a solid pitcher. A stat to show this is that in high-leverage situations, Ohtani had the highest OPS as a hitter, and he held hitters to the lowest OPS as a pitcher. This means that Shohei was the clutchest hitter and pitcher.
George Edward Rube Waddell may have been the strangest man ever to play in the big leagues. A farmer's son from Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania. He possessed a fastball fearsome enough and a curve wicked enough to lead the American League in strikeouts for 6 straight years and to outpitch Cy Young for 20 innings. But it was his personality that most people remembered. He poured ice water on his arm before he pitched because he said otherwise he'd burn up the catcher's glove. And when he won a game, he sometimes turned cartwheels on the mound. He drank too much. The Sporting News called him the Southpaw, and he couldn't quite remember how many women he'd married. Between seasons, Waddell wrestled alligators and toured in a vaudeville melodrama, The Stain of Guilt. On the field, his attention tended to wander. Opponents could break his concentration by holding up puppies or bright, shiny toys. He loved fires, and when a fire bell clanged, he had to be restrained from leaving the game to chase the fire engine. Exasperated teammates and opposing players never knew what he'd do next, but fans loved him.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead this one 4-2. Let's go ahead and smash that like. Max Fried, who's had a little bit of time to catch his breath, goes back to work. Lefty-righty matchup, Judge at the plate, and the first pitch on the way is a curveball inside. For a ball, it's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Curveball just grabs the inner cut. 1-1. If you're just joining us, the Yankees scored 1 in the top of the first, top of the second. The 1-1 pitch just grabs the outer edge. Change up. Judge doesn't like it. Might have been a touch outside. 1-2. Braves tied it up with a Riley home run in the bottom of the first, and in the third, they peppered hit after hit after hit, putting 3 on the board, including a 2 RBI single by Nicky Lopez, who's playing for the injured Ozzie Albies. The 1-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball's banged foul off the leg of Aaron Judge. Do it again at 1-2. The 1-2 count. Bit of an open stance for Judge. Lefty-righty matchup. Swing, and that ball's lifted high, but not quite deep enough into left field. Coming in, making the catch. That ball was more shallow than I thought it was going to be. Rosario had a long way to run. He'll make the grab for out number 1. Mets and Pirates 2-2, top of the third. That game is in New York. Braves took 3 of 4 in New York. Can't come back home to face the Yankees. First pitch on the way to Gleyber Torres is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. We'll have the old New York Giants in town this weekend as San Francisco comes in for a 3-game set. And then the New York Mets come back to Truist Park to face the Braves a week from tonight for a 3-game set. So it's very New York flavor for about a 10-day stretch. The 1-1 pitch swung on, pops it up, can of corn into the outfield, a high pop up, and coming in making the catch is Ronald Acuna Jr. Russell says, Max, remember this guy? 62 home runs last year, referring to Judge. I think everybody remembers that, even college football fans, as they were cutting into games as he was chasing down 62. First pitch on the way to Stanton is swung on and pops up. Will it stay in play? Travis d'Arnaud is chasing it, and it will. Out in foul territory. 1-2-3. You talk about a quick inning. Look out. Max is dealing. We'll be back in a flash.
You know, it's a song that justifies drinking any time of the day. But, you know, you just say it's 5 o'clock and it's okay, right? But it only works for drinking. You know, you can't show up late for work and be like, hey, 9 o'clock somewhere.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Wade Boggs was one of the greatest contact hitters to ever play the game. He was also known as a guy who had some weird superstitions. He would field precisely 150 ground balls before games. He would start his batting practice at 5:17 p.m. and he would run sprints at 7:17 p.m. Additionally, he would write the Hebrew word chai, which means life, in the batter's box before every at-bat, even though Boggs isn't Jewish.
Armchair Quarterbacks Radio covers the whole SEC the whole season long.
Down. Here's Tua stepping back, loads up, looks long, throws, end zone, touchdown! Alabama! Devontae Smith! Touchdown, Alabama! Again, it's going to be Crapel, wing, and the kicker, Drew Alamo. LSU remains undefeated. Passes away, penalty flag down. Lamar Thomas has got it. Lamar Thomas is on his way down the sideline. George Teague is after him and runs him down. Takes the ball away from him.
Armchair.
These are the saddest of possible words. Tinker to Evers to Chance. Trio of bear cubs and fleeter than birds. Tinker to Evers to Chance. Thoughtlessly pricking our gonfalon bubble. Making a giant hit into a double. Words that are weighty with nothing but trouble. Tinker to Evers to Chance.
Well, I'm of the school that believes that we know the names Tinker, Evers, and Chance more because they fit the metric requirements of Franklin P. Adams' poem. Evers was a great ball player. Tinker was a damn good shortstop. And Chance could hit well. But if you look at their record, they didn't make any more double plays than anybody else in the league at the time. They just sounded awfully good.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves will grab the bats as we head to the bottom of the third inning. 2 runs, 4 hits for the New York Yankees. 4 runs, 4 hits for the Braves. Clark Schmidt will go back to work. The first pitch on the way is a fastball, 92 on the outer edge. Just misses high, 1-0. The 1-0 to Olsen. Swing, and that ball's lifted high and deep into right center field. It's going to get down for a base hit. Olsen takes a wide turn but puts on the brakes. Good job by the center fielder, Bader, cutting it off and keeping Matt Olsen to a long single, but the Braves got the first runner on. 1 on, nobody out. Travis d'Arnaud coming to the plate. The first pitch on the way to d'Arnaud swung on and banged over to third. It's going to be a 5-4-3. Did he get it? No, he dropped the ball. Would have been a double play. But the first baseman, LeMahieu, couldn't scoop it up. You can't assume the double play, so there will be no error. It'll be a 5-4 put out. Kind of a wide throw, but one that most first basemen come up with. So 1 on, 1 out. Marcell Ozuna takes a hack at the first pitch and saws it off foul down the first base line. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. 97 up right there in his kitchen. 0-2. Matt Olson trying to chase history in the National League. Remember, Giancarlo Stanton, at the time with the Miami Marlins, set the National League mark for most home runs in a season at 59 back in 2017, unless you count the couple of steroid years in the National League, which I do not. So the question tonight is, will Matt Olson get to 60? He's on pace to right there, 58, 59. The 1-2 pitch swung on, and that ball's laced down the third base line. It's going to get down for a base hit, extra bases. Travis d'Arnaud's chugging around second. He'll head to third, and the Atlanta Braves have runners on second and third. 1 out. Marcell Ozuna's 15th double of the year. Braves got something cooking. Bottom of 3. Scored 1 in the first, 3 in the second. A single here could poke a couple of home for Atlanta. That'll be up to Eddie Rosario. Last time he came up, he doubled, scored a run. The first pitch on the way is a sinker, outer edge, top shelf for a strike. It's 0-1. Interestingly enough, the Yankees infield is in. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss, chase that one well out of the zone. Eddie's swinging at one up around his jaw, and it's 0-2. The infield is in. So they're daring Eddie. Basically just put one hard on the ground. There's a good chance it gets through. The 0-2 pitch, knuckle curve, goes diving inside. Did he go around? He did not this time. 1-2. Very interesting strategy there, because you let one go through the infield. You're not giving up 1 run. You're giving up 2. Granted, you're down by 2, and maybe they don't believe their offense can keep scoring, so dire situation. But the 1-2 pitch swung on, and that ball's going to get laced down into right field. It's going to score. Travis d'Arnaud and the Atlanta Braves, with Marcell Ozuna's head first slide, makes it 6-2. A soft liner over the head of the infield. If the defense is back, it's probably caught by the second baseman. It would have been close, but if the defense is back, he would have had time to get back there. Instead, over the head, into the right center field, and the Braves lead it 6-2, and Eddie stands on second. First pitch on the way to Arcia is up top, inside for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch swung on and fouled back out of play. 0-2. Lando Arcia 0 for 1. The 0-2 pitch, 1 down, runner on second, on the way, swing, and that ball is going to get drilled into center field. Here comes the throw. Eddie Rosario is coming around third, and he's safe. Braves lead at 7-2. The ball would have beaten Rosario, but the catcher, Higgy, had a hard time getting a hold of the ball. It pops away from his glove, and Rosario does a pop-up slide and then just touches the plate, and the Braves lead it 7-2. He was kind of, I wouldn't say quite Cadillacing, but he wasn't booking around third. Finally realized that there was going to be a play at the plate. If the catcher, Yankees catcher Higgy, if he holds on to that ball, Rosario's dead meat. But the ball popped out of his glove on the bounce. Yeah, it just popped out of his glove as he was trying to apply the tag. You know, those catcher's mitts are they're really not designed for that kind of play. So the Braves lead at 7-2. Once again, a runner standing on second. It will be a single and RBI. Nicky Lopez, who's 1 for 1, takes a hack at the first pitch, 93 right down the pipe. Outer edge, it's 0-1. Braves have already batted through. This will be the second time. Ronald Acuna Jr. stands on deck. The 0-1 pitch, swing, and that ball is laced into right field. It's going to get down for a base hit. Here comes Orlando Arcia. Here's the throw. It gets cut off, and your Atlanta Braves lead it 8-2. Good piece of hitting by Lopez. Doesn't try to do too much with his at-bats. You love his approach. He knows he's going to get something to hit, batting right in front of Ronald Acuna Jr. Getting high fives from EY at first base. Atlanta leads at 8-2. Scored 1 in the first, 3 in the second, 4 in the third. Looks like Aaron Boone's going to finally come out and make a pitching change, and that'll do it for Clark Schmidt. So the Braves crowd is doing the chant, the chop. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball as the Yankees heading to the pen here in the third with just 1 out.
Any attempt to restrict drinking and driving here is viewed by some as downright undemocratic.
When a fella can't put in a hard day's work, put in 11, 12 hours a day, and then get in your truck and at least drink 1 or 2 beers.
They're making it laws where you can't drink when you want to. You have to wear a seatbelt when you're driving. And pretty soon we're going to be communist country.
Armchair.
One of the biggest scandals in baseball history is the throwing of the 1919 World Series by the Chicago White Sox. Even though all 8 players who were accused were acquitted in 1921, Judge Kennesaw Mountain Landis handed down a lifetime ban that included the Hall of Fame. Shoeless Joe Jackson should be reinstated and put in the Hall of Fame. Reason number 1, his stats during the series. His 12 base hits set a series record that wasn't broken until 1964. He led both teams with a .375 batting average in the series. He committed no errors and threw out a runner at home plate. He also hit the only home run by either team in the series. Reason number 2, he never took any money. On 2 different occasions, he refused a $5,000 bribe even though it would have almost doubled his salary at the time. Reason number 3, he tried to tell White Sox owner Charles Comiskey, but Comiskey refused to meet him. Reason number 4, years after the scandal, the other 7 players confirmed that Jackson was never present at any of the meetings and his name was mentioned only to give them more credibility to the gamblers. Reason number 5, a lawyer manipulated him into signing a document he didn't fully understand. Jackson never learned to read or write, so there was no way he knew what he was signing at the time.
All tied up in the 8th, Mickey Mantle facing Preacher Rowe. The Oklahoma kid parked it in the left field seats.
Watching it on TV in New York with Willie, Mickey, and the Duke, and the arguments on the corner, you know, and that was it.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Your Atlanta Braves lead it 8-2 on the New York Yankees. Are you not entertained? Atlanta, 8 runs, 9 hits, no errors. New York 2-4-0. Ian Hamilton will be the pitcher. How crazy is this? Because the Braves had a late night last night, got back into Atlanta mid-morning. Kind of expected the bats to be a little quiet. Instead, they have exploded. Ian Hamilton comes in. Good Lord, 38 2/3 innings, 1.63 ERA. Well, that's one way to stop the bleeding, send a guy like that in. Although it says 1.99 ERA on the Braves feed, 1.63 on the Yankees feed. Not sure which one to believe, but regardless, quite a few innings and very little runs he's given up. So runner on first in Nicky Lopez. Ronald Acuna Jr. comes to the plate. The first pitch is swung on, and that ball's going to get dribbled through the infield, and it's down for a base hit. And your Atlanta Braves have runners on the corners, 1 out, and the hits keep coming. How about that? How about that? The Atlanta Braves rocking and rolling in hot Atlanta. Can you tell they're glad to be home? Long road trip, 3-city road trip, where they played 11 games in 10 days. Welcome in, David. Runners on the corners, 1 out. Michael Harris II stands at the plate. First pitch is going to be delayed for a second as Hamilton, I see Ian, I think of Ian Anderson. Hamilton flips it over to first to keep Acuna close by. He's expecting Acuna to take off. The pitch on the way, in the dirt, backhander. That would have been a good one to run on. He had to backhand that one. Good job by Higgy from keeping it going to the backstop. It's 1-0. Right-hander, Hamilton. Lets it fly. 86 mile an hour slider way outside the zone, 2-0. He is soaking wet, Hamilton is. I don't think he's used to this heat down here. The 2-0 pitch. Lets it go. Swing and a miss. Slider just under the cut. 2-1. Yankees are in double play depth. Of course, it'll be tough to double up the speed on the base paths right now. The 2-1 to Harris. High and out of the zone. Ball 3-1. Ronald Acuna Jr. stands on first. Lopez on third. Acuna just got a base hit. Single to the right side. The 3-1 pitch misses outside, ball 4. So if you stepped away for a second, the last few batters, Lopez got on via the base hit, as did Acuna. A couple of singles. Lopez driving in some runs, and the walk with Harris has now loaded the bases. Nicky Lopez, by the way, after that RBI single, now has 3 RBI on the night. 2 for 2. First pitch on the way to Riley's down below the knees for a ball. It's 1-0. Everyone in the Atlanta Braves lineup except for Travis d'Arnaud has gotten a base hit. The 1-0, bases juiced. Right there at the knees for a strike. It's 1-1. 5 of the 9 batters have RBIs. The 1-1, bases loaded, pitch on the way, swing, and a chopper over to second. That's going to be a easy 6-3 double play to end the inning. But not for your Atlanta Braves. Tack 4 on the board. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Listen, I do not want to lose any other friends over this, but, like, are we supposed to hate Smash Mouth? Seriously, what is up? When did that start? Why is that happening? Nobody told me. I just got in a heated fight at the work site, dude. So whatever, you guys. If you don't like Smash Mouth, that's fine. I'll have them all to myself.
These are the top funniest baseball team names of all time. Number 10 are the Amarillo Sod Poodles. What in God's green earth is a sod poodle? I don't know, but somebody please give me one of their hats. Number 9, from my home state of Ohio, the Akron Rubber Ducks. Whoever decided to name a baseball team after a bath toy, good for you. Number 8 are the Traverse City Pit Spitters. Number 7, the Burlington Sock Puppets. The marketing part of every minor league baseball team has to be the only department that never has to get drug tested. Number 6, the Danville Dans. Their mascot isn't even a mascot. It's just a guy whose name is Dan. Number 5 are the San Antonio Flying Chanclas. What is a chancla, you might ask? It's a flip-flop that abuelas throw at their grandchildren when they are misbehaving. Number 4, the Rocket City Trash Pandas. I don't know if I should just be amazed because you guys came up with such a hilarious name. Number 3, the Missouri River Motorboaters. The Bismarck Larks are changing their name to this for one day. They said it was because they want to honor their boat-loving fans. Sure, yeah, right. Number 2 are the Carolina Disco Turkeys. What is a disco turkey? I don't care. It doesn't matter. Take all of my money. And number 1, the Florence Yalls. What is their team name? A yawl. What is a yawl? A water tower. What?
Imagine Bob Feller, 17 years old, in the small farming town of Van Meter, Iowa, throwing against the proverbial wall of the barn and having a fastball that could beat any in the major league at that time. What was particularly extraordinary when the young feller at 17 came into the major leagues, and what people forget is that his fastball was so great because his curveball was extraordinary too.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead this one 8-2. Max Fried will go back to work against Harrison Bader. And the first pitch on the way, the fastball well outside high and wide. It's 1-0. Robert says only 12 days till college. Well, ish. You looked at that first slate of college football games that first weekend. The real bummer. The 1-0 pitch. High and inside, 2-0. That first weekend of college football, they're calling it week 0, is about as exciting as those practice football games they played this weekend. The 2-0 from Fried, lefty-righty matchup, lets it go. Swing, and hits it high in the sky. Not very deep. Coming in as Acuna. He'll make the catch for out number 1. Sat down to watch the Falcons preseason game. Disappointed. Good Lord. I saw 19-3. I sit down to watch and I was like, this was a snooze fest until like the last 3 or 4 minutes where there was a kick return and a defensive touchdown. Hopefully more players will play this week, but even still, they usually only play about a quarter or so. The first pitch on the way from Max Fried to LeMahieu is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 from Max. Inside, clips it for a strike. Sweeper grabbing the edge. It's 1-1. Braves 8, Yankees 2. Top of the 4th inning. Game 1 of a 3-game set. The 1-1 pitch well outside wide, 2-1. Tomorrow night's starter is Bryce Elder. Wednesday, Charlie Morton. The 2-1 pitch swung on, and that ball's rifled foul down the first base line. Into the corner just before you hit right field. Long strike for 2-2. The AP college football top 25 did come out today. I'm curious on any thoughts on that. The 2-2 pitch on the way. Downstairs, 3-2. Full count from Max to DJ LeMahieu. Pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. He chased one just under the hands off the plate. Looked like the high slider, and there's 2 away. Good pitch. First pitch on the way from Fried to the number 7 hitter, Anthony Volpe. Misses high. Curveball up top. It's 1-0. The 1-0 from Max just clips the outer edge up top. A teardrop curveball. 73 in. 1-1. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. It's 1-2. The Gamecocks will definitely have their opportunity. They played the Georgia Bulldogs in week 3 of the season. So if they belong there, they'll have an opportunity. The 1-2 pitch. Swung on him. Hits it high, but not very deep into center field. Coming in, and it's going to drop down for a base hit. Nobody was covering second base. So Volpe motors around and is standing at second. Lopez, Orlando, Arcia, and Harris were all chasing the ball. And Lopez kind of held up. When he did, all 3 of them trying to make the catch, not thinking about the fact that runner, no one was covering second. So Harris scooped the ball and ran to second, but it was too late. First pitch on the way from Fried. The Higgy is in the dirt, and it rolls foul well wide of the plate. Wild pitch, runner on third. Looks like that ball almost hit him. I guess it just missed him. Bounced up and missed his belt by an inch or 2. Travis d'Arnaud goes out there to talk to Fried and might just be trying to give him a breather. Remember, when that ball was hit into the outfield, the only person who even had a chance to cover second was Max Fried. When he finally realized that nobody was covering second, he started bolting to the base. And they don't give you any kind of consideration when it comes to the pitch clock on plays like that. The 1-0 pitch swung on, hit hard on the ground. Riley's got it, fires it over to first, and it's a 5-3 put out. So a little bit of a scare there, but Max Fried gets out of danger. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Tell me one thing that you trust more than President.
Gas station sushi, Somalian cruise line, prostate exam from Captain Hook, Helen Keller flying a plane, a mechanic who tells me my blinker fluid is low, breast milk from Bruce Jenner, a mixed drink from Bill Cosby, a blood transfusion from Charlie Sheen, carpooling with John F. Kennedy, going to the theater with Abe Lincoln, girl who says, I'm fine, and a rattlesnake with a pet me sign.
Armchair.
Please help us understand, you did last time, why it ain't meese for plural moose.
I do not know why they created it that way. I cannot explain it because I didn't create it.
The scholar. Yeah. Okay, so look, help me understand. Mouse, mice. House, heist. Yeah, that's right. Heist.
Is heist.
So you saying that's wrong too?
House and heist.
It's supposed to be house for 1 and heist for 2 or 3.
Yeah. Heist is not even a. Have you ever heard somebody say something about a whole bunch of heists?
In 1938, MacPhail left Cincinnati and moved to New York to take over the Brooklyn Dodgers. He brought Red Barber with him.
No one ever came up with the expressions that Red Barber had. And so what he brought to New York, to the metropolitan area, was that country flavor that they were not familiar with at all. And so he became part of the language. I mean, there were just a million of them. Suddenly say, I wonder what that looks like when somebody leaps up against the wall or dives headfirst into second or bowls over the catcher. So they would come out to see what they had been listening.
Right field, back goes Ruppel, and he can't get it. It's a homer. A mighty smack squarely out over right field.
You're listening to Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead this one 8-2. Matt Olson's coming to the plate. Matt Olson leading Major League Baseball, 43 home runs, 2 in front of Shohei Ohtani, 8 in front of Alonso. Olson 1 for 2 tonight. First pitch on the way is in the dirt for a ball. It's 1-0. Hamilton does go back out there to work. The 1-0 pitch. Off the plate wide, 97. High and away, 2-0. Auburn's had a lot of great athletes. Bo Jackson. The 2-0 pitch. Right there at the knees for a strike. It's 2-1. What was the guy's name for the kick six? Was it Chris Davis? The 2-1 pitch. Lets it fly. Off the plate wide. Bender misses, 3-1. So a 3-1 count to Olson. The 3-1 pitch. Lets it fly. Swing! And lifts that down the line. 97-mile-an-hour fastball. Hits it hard, but couldn't keep it straight. It's 3-2. The 3-2 pitch. In the dirt, ball 4. Nowhere near the zone. I'm telling you, I think the humidity is getting to this kid, Ian Hamilton. He is sweating through his numbers. In fact, the Yankee cast is focusing on it because they're noticing all the fans that are fanning in the stadium, which is kind of funny. People never have figured out that when you fan a fan, you burn more calories and it makes you sweat. The first pitch on the way to Travis d'Arnaud is a swing and a miss strike on the edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Runner on first, nobody out. d'Arnaud looking for his first hit in the dirt. 1-1. Travis d'Arnaud looking to join the hit parade. The only batter for the Atlanta Braves without a base knock. Rosario has 2, as does Lopez. The 1-1 pitch way outside wide, 2-1. Braves lead at 8-2. Bottom of the 4th inning. Starter Clark Schmidt knocked out in the 3rd with just 1 out. The 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Got him off beat with the slider. Travis way out in front of that one. He must have been sitting dead red. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and a high chopper over to second. That's going to be a 4-6-3 double play. And I know it's like beating a dead horse, but I have talked about this. When they put Travis d'Arnaud in the lineup right behind Matt Olson, that is what you can expect quite a bit. Two of our slower runners, and he's a ground ball hitter. So 2 down, and Marcell Ozuna will come to the plate. Ozuna 1 for 1 with a walk, a double, 2 RBI. First pitch sails inside for a ball. It's 1-0. They did start putting Marcell behind Olson when Murphy is at bat or is playing behind the plate. The 1-0 pitch swung on, lifted high in the sky, deep into right field, making the catch is Stanton. That'll end the inning. So essentially 3 up, 3 down with the double play. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
What are you doing?
Eating day-old donuts. My friend Terrence, he's the manager. He leaves them out back for me.
Why?
It's called eating your feelings, ass bag. Mom's gonna walk into the bus till I'm 40, all right?
Armchair Quarterback Radio. We cover the world of baseball from start to finish.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship. A liner off Maggie's glove into center field. The Florida Marlins have won the World Series.
Brocious, fittingly with a throw, and the Yankees have done it again. They are the world champions of baseball in 1998. 2-2, bottom of the ninth, game 7 of the World Series. Bases loaded. Florida, center field. The Diamondbacks are world champion. Red Sox fans have longed to hear it. The Boston Red Sox are world champions. In the air to left, well hit. Back is Craig. The Cardinals are world champs in 2011.
Armchair.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. If you ever want to break into Randy Johnson's house, you might want to think again. When being interviewed about gun violence in 1995, Johnson was quoted as saying, "I don't own a gun, but I keep a bag of baseballs near our bed. If someone breaks in, they better be wearing a batting helmet because I'm going to throw at their head."
For over half a century, I've had to live with the fact that I dropped a ball in a World Series. Oh, yes, you're the guy that dropped that fly ball, aren't you? And for years and years, whenever I'd be introduced to somebody, they'd start saying something and then stop, afraid of hurting my feelings.
John McGraw felt so bad for his center fielder that he raised Snodgrass's salary $1,000.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead this one 8-2. Max Fried will go back to work. First pitch on the way is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Max Fried sitting at 56 pitches now. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and bangs it over there towards the right-hand side. The high hopper goes over the glove of Olson. Man, what a hot shot. The first hop looked okay. The second one really took off steam and finds its way into the outfield. 1 on, nobody out. So 1 on, nobody out. Max Fried with a 8-2 lead goes back to work. Lefty-righty matchup. The first pitch on the way is in the dirt. Slider misses. 1-0. The 1-0. On the way, swing and fouls it back. It's 1-1. If y'all missed the chat during the break, Dalvin Cook is signing a 1-year deal with the Jets for $8 million. The 1-1 pitch. Lets it fly. Swing, and that ball's hit hard on the ground right to Riley. Riley's got the one hopper, fires it over to second. It's going to be a 5, 4, 3. Rally killing, double play. Good defensive play by Riley. Good push by Lopez to get it down the line to complete the double play. Hard hit ball. 99 miles an hour off the bat. An atom ball, one hopper, and they're still away. 2 down, and just in the nick of time as Aaron Judge comes to the plate. Judge, first pitch on the way, 95 on the black, just kisses the outside. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Inside, 0-2. I saw the comment. I bet Rodgers has loved it. He's going there because of Rodgers. Rodgers took a pay cut to sign Dalvin. The 1-1 in the dirt, 2-1. They've got Breece Hall coming back off that injury, but he's not expected to be at full speed till sometime into the season. So kind of an insurance plan. The 2-1 pitch. Freed lets it go. Swing, and that ball's hammered over to Riley. One hopper, flips it over to first, and Austin Riley might have won the Gold Glove in that inning. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
What? No, you were promoting a benefit to clothe homeless people. You can't come out dressed like that. You're all puffed up. You look like you're going to swing in on a chandelier.
Today we're going to talk about crazy stats. Mark Lemke played for 11 seasons and had 3,664 career regular season plate appearances. You may be asking yourself, what is crazy about that? In his entire career, he was never hit by a pitch. Lemke also had 257 career postseason plate appearances, and you guessed it, he was never hit by a pitch.
It all starts with just one thing. Glass jars can be reused to store food and spices, as a holder for combs and brushes in the bathroom, or as a container for plants and homemade candles, in addition to simply being recycled. Find tips and more at onethingus.com.
In 1910, Ty Cobb was locked in a fierce battle with Napoleon Lajoie of the Cleveland Indians for the batting championship of the American League. The hugely popular Lajoie had led the league in batting twice before and was considered the greatest second baseman in the game. The Chalmers Motor Company had offered a new car to the man who won the title. Cobb wanted that car, but he was so detested by those who played against him that when he and Lajoie were neck and neck for the title at the very end of the season, the manager of the St. Louis Browns, just to spite Cobb, ordered his third baseman to play so deep that Lajoie got 6 bunt singles in a row. The manager was found out and fired. Cobb ended up winning the title by a single percentage point. Years later, it was discovered that, in fact, Lajoie should have won. Cobb's average had been inflated by counting one game twice, but both men got cars. It would be the first of 10 cars Cobb would receive over his career.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves lead this one. Score of 8-2. And Eddie Rosario is going to lead this inning off. Anderson, or excuse me, I keep saying Anderson. Ian Hamilton going back to work. First pitch on the way from Hamilton is high and out of the zone for a ball. It's 1-0. 96 up top. The 1-0 pitch Down and in. 1-1. The 1-1 just misses the outer edge. 2-1. The 2-1. Hamilton lets it fly. Same pitch, same general area, and this time it's a strike. 2-2. You could make an argument that the one before was actually a touch closer. They both appear to be off the edge. The 2-2 pitch off the plate wide, 96 misses. 3-2. Braves 8, Yankees 2. The 3-2 pitch swing and lifts that high in the sky. Not very deep. Coming in, making the play is the center fielder Harrison Bader for out number 1. Slowly but surely trying to collect Braves cards, baseball cards from when I was a kid. None of them are the ones that are worth anything. It's just sentimental to me. And this afternoon, Rick Mailer came in the mail. Who remembers Rick Mailer? First pitch on the way to Lando Arcia, down below the knees, right there for a low strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch, swing, and taps that foul down the third base line. It's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch. Hamilton, 31st of the outing, on the way, swing, and bangs that foul down the third base line. We'll do it again. Braves 8, Yankees 2. Orlando 1 for 2 with an RBI single in the third. Hamilton comes set, lets it fly. Swung on, and that ball's hit down the third base line again. So 3 consecutive sliders and 3 consecutive balls yanked down the third base line. You wonder if they might try to sneak a hard one on the outside. 0-2 the count. Sure, Orlando's thinking the same thing. The pitch on the way. Swing and pops it up. Will it stay in play? Drifts back behind home plate into the crowd. We'll do it again at 0-2. Tried to jam him up around the handle. The 0-2. Pitch on the way in the dirt. 1-2. I don't know what that word salad was that Robert put out there, but okay. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and pops it up. Back behind home plate. We'll do it again. Braves 8, Yankees 2, 1 down, bottom of the 5th. The pitch on the way, fists that one foul. Man, he's really having. Tell you what, for a 1-2 count, this is a deep, deep count. We're about to have the 9th pitch of the at bat. Normally, when you see that, it's a couple more balls are involved. A 1-2 to Orlando, the 9th pitch of the at-bat. On the way, swing and a miss. Chase that one off the edge slider, and there's 2 away. He did run his pitch count up. Braves into the Yankees bullpen early into this series. Remember, they had a tough game last night or yesterday afternoon in Miami. They led that game at one point 7-1, 7-2 late, and then 7-3 going into the 9th. Blew the 4-run lead. Bullpen Holmes and company gave it away. So they're kind of having I'm sure the wheels are turning over there in the Yankee dugout as the first pitch to Lopez is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. It's one of those things with Hamilton. They hope he can give him all they can give him. The 1-0 pitch swung on, and Nicky Lopez has another base hit. Slaps it right to the left side against the shift, and the fill-in is 3 for 3 with 3 RBI. Have yourself a night, Nicky Lopez. Little Nicky stands on first, 2 outs. Ronald Acuna Jr. will come to the plate. Love the way he just doesn't try to do too much with the at-bat. He knows his role is just to get on base and cause traffic. Time is called by home plate umpire, and I think it's a pitch violation, so it'll be 1-0. So automatic ball. Ronald Acuna Jr. We haven't seen it yet, but what happens when he just stands out there and does that, and in the middle of the automatic ball, Ronald Acuna Jr. blasts one in the night? The 1-0 pitch right there down Main Street for a strike. It's 1-1. It showed up on the screen as a slider, but that was a 97-mile-an-hour fastball. The 1-1 down below the knees, 2-1. Yeah, I've never gotten into getting signatures and whatnot. I'm just getting these for honestly, just for trip down memory lane. Especially if I never met the person, I don't know if I want their signature, but it is cool that people do collect those. I've just never stayed with it. The 2-1 pitch. Right there for a strike, it's 2-2. Ronald Acuna Jr. asked for timeout. Had a pretty cool conversation once with Bob Gibson, and that means more to me than any card, but I'm specifically grabbing the cards of my youth. Not that I think any of these will ever be worth anything, because you got to get the rookie card. I got one for Dale Murphy, but it's like 3 or 4 years into his career. The 2-2 righty matchup, pitch on the way in the dirt, 3-2. Of course, wouldn't we all love to have the Honus Wagner? I wonder what that thing's worth nowadays. Was it $11 million the last time it sold? Somewhere in that neighborhood. So a full count to Acuna. Lopez will be running on the pitch. On the way inside, ball 4. A program signed by Ted Turner and Hank Aaron. That's pretty cool. So runners on first and second, 2 outs. Michael Harris, the second, steps in. The first pitch on the way, misses it. No, they're going to call that a wide, high strike. It's 0-1. That's pretty cool. Never met Hank. The 0-1 pitch off the plate wide. 1-1. When I met Bob Gibson, he just happened to come into the bar that I was doing security for. It was random. And it was in Tennessee. It wasn't in St. Louis. The 1-1 pitch misses outside, 2-1. What meant more to me about that than anything else was being able to call my grandfather, who was a big Bob Gibson fan, loved Bob Gibson. The 2-1 pitch, swing, and pops it up. Can of corn. Who wants it? Volpe calls everybody off and makes the catch. So the Braves threaten but fail to put some across. We'll go to the top of the 6th inning. Braves 8, Yankees 2.
Look, you got to get it through your head. It's not coming back to you.
Why?
Because you slept with someone else.
Yeah, like a month ago. God!
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. Mike Mussina is a Hall of Famer that isn't discussed much, even though he was a very good pitcher. On top of being an elite player, he was also very intelligent. He graduated from Stanford with a degree in economics and was almost the valedictorian of his high school. According to some reports, Mussina lowered his grades a little in order to avoid giving a commencement speech.
Braves country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays. Braves country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
There is no greater optimist in baseball than President Charles Hercules Ebbets of the Brooklyn Club. For 30 years, he's been in baseball, and all that time he has had confidence in the Brooklyn fan. Through many seasons of losses and disappointments, he has carried the Trolley Dodgers, losing money year after year when those about him lost faith in the game as a paying proposition. But the confidence of Mr. Ebbets has never been shaken. He believed years ago, as he does today, that Brooklyn is a major league city and that it would support a good team. New York Times.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. My grandfather on my dad's side is probably the reason why I am a Braves fan, because lived with them for quite some time, and he saw Hank Aaron play minor league baseball for the Jacksonville Tars. My grandfather was in the U.S. Navy and watched him play in the minor league system in Jacksonville. They were called the Jacksonville Tars. It's the first pitch on the way to the number 3 hitter, Gleyber Torres, from Max Fried, is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. So when he told me that we couldn't watch the Cubs and Braves all day long, I had to pick one. Is the 1-0 pitch, swung on and popped up out of play. It's 1-1. He had more of a tie to pulling for the Atlanta Braves, so that's what I clung on to, since I'd be watching most of the games with him. And Hank Aaron was in the minor leagues with the Jacksonville Tars also. Is the 1-1 pitch on the way. Just clips the outer part of the zone. May have been a little wide. It's 1-2, curveball. At the time, Chris Chambliss was the first baseman for the Braves, former New York Yankee as well. It was the 1-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball's hit hard on the ground over to Arcia. He'll grab it, 6-3 put out, and there's one away. And Chris Chambliss's dad worked at the Naval Air Station in Jacksonville with my grandfather. They weren't like super close friends or anything like that, but they were buddies, and I met him briefly once. And so Chris Chambliss and Hank Aaron, main reasons why I first started watching them. The first pitch on the way, Giancarlo Stanton is up and away for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 just misses outside. 1-1. I got a Chris Chambliss 1983 just for that reason. That's the only reason why I got it, is because that was the first team that I really watched cover to cover. The 1-1 pitch swung on and grounded foul down the third base line. 1-2. Started watching baseball-ish. I kind of remember the 81 series. I do remember the 82 series, but I don't remember a lot of regular season games. By 83, I was watching Braves baseball daily. The 1-2 pitch, swing, and that ball's belted down the right field line, but foul. We went on a trip to California from Jacksonville, Florida in 1983. Any of y'all that were Braves fans in 83 will remember this. The Braves had a pretty sizable lead against the LA Dodgers that summer. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Fastball up top, got him. They're still away. Good hard pitch by Max Fried. Just his second strikeout of the night. So we go out to head out to California to see my grandfather's brother, etc. As the first pitch on the way to Bader's off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. We've got a sizable lead against the Dodgers. It was 4, 5, maybe even 6 games. It was somewhere in that neighborhood. As the 1-0 pitch swung on, bang foul down the first base line. It's 1-1. And we leave Florida to go to California on a trip that was just over 2 weeks. I want to say 17 days. Anyways, by the time we got back, we'd blown the lead to the Dodgers. The Dodgers ended up winning the division, and I blame that trip. Why the Braves didn't win the division. The 1-1 pitch just missed outside wide. It's 2-1. My grandfather and I would try to listen to as many games as we could if we could pick them up on radio. And every once in a while, we would get TBS in one of the campgrounds. The 2-1 pitch missed high, 3-1. That's how I was trying to keep up with the, for you young folks out there, there was no Google. There was no just open the app and find out what the standings were. The 3-1, swing and a miss, changeup, pulled the string on that one. Good pitch by Fried, 3-2. So a full count. Max Fried, just 78 pitches. It'll be interesting to see if they send him out there for a 7th inning. The pitch on the way. Swung on, up the middle, gets down for a base hit, bleeds in between second and short, and it's a 2-out single for the New York Yankees. But yeah, I was convinced that we didn't win that division because we went out to California where the Dodgers played. I used to get hostile about Joe Torre when he was the manager when I was a little kid. Oh, man, he would make me mad. The first pitch on the way to DJ LeMahieu is an Uncle Charlie on the outer edge for a strike. It's 0-1. People think Brian Snitker would drive you nuts, and Yankee fans think that Joe Torre was a great manager. You didn't see Joe Torre manage the 80s Braves. It would drive you bananas. The 0-1 pitch, Max Fried sidesteps, flips it over to first, and he caught the runner with his hand in the cookie jar. He's out. Great pickoff move by Max Fried. That'll end the inning. Aaron Boone wants to challenge it. He was dancing back and forth. It looks like they got him, but we'll see what happens here. This might be more of Boone looking at the fact that if he is out, oh yeah, he's out. He clipped him on the elbow. So I believe they're going to go ahead and call him out. We'll take a quick break. If the action resumes and he is safe, we'll be right back.
Well, the season's finally here, and the players hit.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturday, September 9th, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. You'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Brian Snow, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks. Live, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. It all begins September 9th, right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM, WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback, the All-American man.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Friday, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Well, the season's finally here, and the players hit.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturday, September 9th, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. You'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Brian Snow, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks. Live, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. It all begins September 9th, right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM, WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback, the All-American man.
You can't drink like me. You can't smoke like me. So don't try and be like me. Let's party together.
We live in a world now that welcomes and nurtures the screwball in all of us. Hey, it's a new decade, people. Time to get a little nutty. Treat yourself to Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey, a smooth flavor that combines two of America's favorites, peanut butter and American whiskey. So no more social awkwardness. Time to embrace who you truly are. Get out there and make friends. And be sure it starts with Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. It's available nearly everywhere. Learn more at screwballwhiskey.com. Infinium Spirits. Please enjoy responsibly.
What's going on here, guys?
All right, Coach. So basically, it was a holding call. But these dudes started me in their fantasy league, which is cool because this dude started our quarterback, but he started our kicker, and I started their defense. So it's kind of a pickle.
Compromising the integrity of this game with your fantasy football leagues? Listen to me. If there was holding, you make that holding call. I don't care if it was on our team or not. I care about this game too much to let you.
Coach, you started their defense too, didn't you?
Yeah, you definitely started their defense.
Damn right I did.
Armchair.
My grandfather was a sour old man, and I liked him. He lived with us. But he was out in the backyard throwing a ball when I was a little kid. He's smoking his pipe, and he said, you like baseball? And I said, yeah. He said, what do you play? I said, I'm a shortstop. And he said, that's what I used to play. And I said, you used to play? But a year or so later, I found the local paper did a 50-year anniversary thing, and there was a reprint of a game that he had played in 1892, and it said, Watts. His name was Fred Watts, shortstop. And he had 2 hits. And I thought my grandfather played baseball in 1892. So it's part of your existence. It's part of our heritage.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Braves lead at 8-2. Joe Torre would let Gene Garber in the game. This is early 1980s, 1983, 84. And he would just let him twist the wind. You want to talk about a guy that was always going and grabbing the reliever after it was too late. Garber would give up a grand slam, and then Torre would go grab him. First pitch on the way to Austin Riley is in the hole, deep in the hole. Good play by Volpe. But a dribbler towards first will be an infield single for your Atlanta Braves. Let's get it going again. The Atlanta Braves, a 6-run lead, but we could use some insurance runs. Salt this one away. The ball hopped over the glove of the third baseman, IKF, as he was lunging for it. First pitch on the way to Matt Olson is up top for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. It's 0-2. Yeah, Margaret, I had a box of baseball cards. It's a long story, but some ones that would have been worth a pretty dime. It's probably what burned me on not wanting to keep up with them for years. The 0-2 pitch swung on and fouled down the line. We'll do it again at 0-2. Long story short, I moved from Florida to Middle Tennessee, and the box was lost. I'll just leave it at that. And I know some of the cards that were in there. And so for years, I wouldn't even want to collect because I was just that ticked off about it. The 0-2 pitch swung on. That ball is roasted against the defense into center field. Austin Riley goes from first to third, and the Braves have first and third. Nobody out. Travis d'Arnaud coming to the plate, sliced that one against the defense. The fastball on the outer edge of the plate, and he just stepped into it and sent it the other direction. The runners on the corners, nobody out. Be a good time for Travis d'Arnaud to get off the schneid and join the hit parade. Everyone on the Braves team has a hit but d'Arnaud. Riley, Olson, Rosario, and Lopez have 2 hits, with Nicky with 3. The first pitch on the way to d'Arnaud, 99 on the outer edge for a strike. It's 0-1. In the pen, warming up, getting ready for the top of the 7th inning will be Pierce Johnson. The 0-1 pitch swung on and fouled it out of play. It's 0-2. It's about that time to turn back time here on Braves Country Baseball. August 14th in baseball history. We'll squeeze these in as we go along. The 0-2 pitch, down and away, 1-2. One, two, the count. Lets it fly. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and Travis d'Arnaud 0 for 4. It's got to have a lonely feeling, everyone else on the team having a hit in a game like this. On this date in 1919, the Brooklyn Robins, of course also known as the Dodgers from time to time, and the Chicago Cubs split a doubleheader, needing only 2 hours and 17 minutes for the entire doubleheader. Can you believe that? In the opener, the Cubs blanked Brooklyn 2-0. Is the first pitch on the way to Ozuna is down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. 1 hour and 10 minutes. The second game, 1 hour and 7 minutes, as the Robins of Brooklyn shut out the Cubs 1-0 in the nightcap. 1-0, down and away, 2-0. Of course, we say nightcap. It wasn't really nighttime. They didn't play nighttime baseball back then. That wasn't until the early 30s. The 2-0 to Ozuna. Runners on the corners, pitch on the way outside wide, 3-0. Abreu, who came in after pretty good work by Hamilton, keeping the Braves where they were, the 3-0 pitch in the dirt, ball 4. So the bases are now juiced. And Abreu, 13 pitches. They're going to have a quick chat with Abreu. Pitching coach and the entire infield is standing on the mound talking to him. Eddie Rosario getting ready to bat. On this date in 1960, the fans at Yankee Stadium boo Mickey Mantle. Benched by Casey Stengel for not running out a routine ground ball that resulted in an ugly inning-ending double play and a 6-3 loss in a doubleheader sweep by the Senators. The team loses Roger Maris when he bruises his ribs sliding hard into second base. Second baseman Billy Gardner, his knee to break up the twin killing. Bases loaded, one out, the first pitch on the way in the dirt, and the ball gets away. That ball ricocheted. Austin Riley's going to come home to score, and the Braves lead at 9-2. That ball took off like a bat out of hell. I'm not even sure where it went. It ricocheted off the plate, off the hind catcher, and taking another look at it, hit him in the mask and shot off towards the first base dugout. It ended up rolling not that far away from as the 1-0 pitch is swung on and grounded over into the teeth of the defense. It was pulled in. Making the play is the second baseman, Gleyber Torres. He turns around, fires it to second. Marcell Ozuna was kind of caught in no man's land. He's tagged at second. Rosario will be safe at first, and there's two away, so runners on the corners. Ozuna was planning on taking off, but when he realized that the runner at third had put on the brakes, Ozuna had nowhere to go. So two down, runners on the corners. Kind of a boneheaded play by Ozuna, but not really, because where he was off the bag, I don't know if he would have been able to get back regardless. No matter what, there would have been an out because they just would have tossed it to first. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss inside. It's 0-2. Probably would have been more ridiculed if the game was a little closer. A really tough place because he was pretty well off the bag when the ball was hit. The 0-2 pitch, off the plate wide. Good take by Orlando. 1-2. And speak of the devil, on this date in 1971, Bob Gibson doesn't allow a hit when the Cardinals beat the Pirates 11-0, the largest margin of victory ever in franchise history for a no-hitter. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike three, and that'll end the inning. We'll touch back on that when we go to the top of the seventh. Braves lead it 9-2, and it looks like Mad Max is going to go back out.
Could you imagine how hot I'd be if I ate right and took care of my body? I mean, I ain't going to do it, but could you imagine?
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Guess what? We played basketball in gym today.
I love basketball.
It was 5-on-5.
Did you guys win?
Well, it was tied with like 10 seconds left in the game.
Nice.
And I was over there. I was like, Kevin, because Kevin had the ball. I was like, throw me the ball. I'm open. And he didn't see me, so I ran to the top. I was like, I'm open, Kevin. And then everybody on my team was like, Kevin, Derek's open. And he threw it to me. And I looked at the time, and it's running down. And it's like 3, 2. And I just closed my eyes, and I just throw the ball up.
And
it went over the backboard.
Armchair.
On September 20th, 1914, more than 100,000 people filled Cleveland's Brookside Stadium to see the Telling Strollers beat the Hannah Cleaners 8-3.
The ones I remember are the Greenville, Mississippi Buckshots, who were semi-pro, I guess they were called in those days. And they had jobs around town, but the main thing they did was play baseball. And they were a tobacco chewing crowd, and men were fearful that their daughters might go out with one of them, that kind of thing. They hung around the pool hall a lot when they weren't working or playing baseball. And they were all looking forward to a career.
Thank you, Braves Country, for smashing that like button and the subscription. We've seen them go up every day. We appreciate everyone here in Braves Country. Max Fried will go back to work. He's only thrown 80 pitches, but the way they were massaging the bullpen out there earlier, I thought they were calling it a night for him. But instead, he'll go back to work. The first pitch on the way to LeMahieu is high and out of the zone for a ball. It's 1-0. On this date in 1971, Bob Gibson doesn't allow a hit when the Cardinals beat the Pirates 11-0, the largest margin of victory ever in franchise history for a no-no. The 1-0 pitch, right there for a strike. Slider grabs about belt high over the plate. It's 1-1. The first no-hitter in Pittsburgh in 64 years, and the first in the 3-year-old stadium of Three Rivers. The 1-1 swung on, banged against the shift, and it'll get into right field. A 2-hopper past the diving glove of Matt Olson, and there's one on, nobody out. Couple of outstanding defensive plays were made by outfielder Jose Cruz and third baseman Joe Torre. So speak of the devil and talk about Gibson, talk about Torre, and there they are both in the turn back time. That'll do it for Max. They were trying to send him out there for one more go around. He gave up the hit, and Snicker has seen enough. So we'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
Does this shade of red make me look like a clown?
No. It makes you look like a prostitute who caters exclusively to clowns.
ACC football covered like no other here on the Armchair Quarterback.
Reggie Gillespie dives into the end zone. The winning points for North Carolina State. And the teams come together in the end zone, pushing, shoving between the back and the heels as Gillespie has scored the winning points. His 5th rushing TD, but these teams need to be separated. The emotion boils over on the last play of the game as Gillespie goes to the end zone. And it's a sea of Carolina blue and State red.
And Carruthers gets into it, and they've doused him, and now we've got a big brawl out on the field. Marring would have been the 200th victories for Bobby Bodman. Look at this. That's an ugly mess down there. This is ugly. Starting to get it cleared up down there, although there's still some bodies flying around.
ACC football, backyard brawls all year long. Been chomping at the bit ever since I've saw this at like 5 o'clock in the morning. Like, what am I looking at? This dude's wearing a sports bra? No one else wants to talk about that? Like the announcers didn't bring it up or nothing. They say, that's a really goal. And they start breaking down the goals. They screw the goal, break down the fact the dude's wearing a sports bra and then showing it off.
Armchair.
Look, will happily pay 75 cents to $1.50 to go to the theater. And numbers prefer baseball to theatricals. We must make the games worth witnessing, and there will be no fault found with the price. A good game is worth 50 cents. A poor one is dear at 25. Harry Wright.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. They were showing the replay of the Freeze beating some guy. How do you lose that lottery? Like, how do they grab you and say you're going against the Freeze? They tried to grab me out of my seat and tell me I'm racing the Freeze. I'd be like, the hell you say? Not putting down my hot dog to go run around there and get my doors blown off. The first pitch on the way from Pierce Johnson is right there for a strike. Curveball, belt high over the dish. It's 0-1. I never have seen how they choose who goes up against the Freeze every time I've gone to Truist Park. I've always wondered about it. I never think to ask, and then there you go. The 0-1 pitch swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-2. So if anybody knows how they choose I would love to know. The 0-2 from Johnson, righty-righty matchup with Volpe at the plate. Runner on first, nobody out. Braves leading 9-2, top of the 7th. The pitch on the way. In the dirt, good block by Darno, 1-2. I would think it's something you're signing up for, but I'd hate to be blindsided by that. They come to you in your seat. Hey, it's your turn to go run against the freeze. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The 1-2. Pitch on the way, curveball, down and away. Did he go around? They said he did not. 2-2. Braves 9 runs, 13 hits, no errors. New York 2-8-0. Clark Schmidt, if you're just joining us, got ran out of the game after 2 1/3 innings. The pitch on the way from Johnson to Volpe is swung on, grounded over to short. Arce has got it, fires it over to second. Tag applied by Nicky Lopez on the bag. And there's a force out for out number 1. LeMahieu will go head to the dugout. Volpe will take his spot at first. Tomorrow night, you got Bryce Elder on the bunk versus Luis Severino. First pitch 7:20, pregame 6:45. The pitch on the way, in the dirt. 1-0. If you join us for the 3 to 5 show, live 3 to 5 here on Braves Country and 99.1 FM. Tomorrow it's the Auburn Tigers that we're doing, along with Braves baseball. We'll be talking. Of course, we always end up talking everything going on in the world of Southern sports. The 1-0 pitch, swung on, grounded over to short. Arcia fumbles it, then grabs it, fires it over to Lopez. Lopez turns and throws a bullet to Olsen, and it's a 6-4-3 double play. Good rebound by Arcia. Thought that might get tricky. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Cheeseburger, 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 cheeseburger.
It was a homeless woman, wasn't it?
It was a homeless woman, yeah. He said that he had to give his kidnappers $500, so he gave her his credit card to go get him $500 and whatever, because none of it turns out that probably wasn't true.
You know what this sounds like to me? It sounds like Allensby got all liquored up and paid a homeless woman $500 to roll around under the bridge with him.
Well, that is exactly what I think happened, because now they got 2 guys coming out saying that they found him unconscious on the side of a road and that they weren't kidnapping him, but he kept yelling at them that, "Do you know who I am? Give me back my wallet. I'm worth $1 million."
Turned out it wasn't a wine bar; it was a strip club. So let's say what really happened here. We've all been there. Well, at least I'm not going to speak for anybody else. I've been there. And
yeah, I don't know if everybody's been under a bridge with a homeless woman giving her $500 after chugging down the line. I've been in similar instances, but I'm not going to say I've been there. First of all, it takes a lot less than $500, okay, buddy? That's where you got taken right there from the jump.
Armchair.
I declare bankruptcy!
I got lost in the game. I mean, the ballpark, the people, the color, the sounds, smells, and it's a passion. It's a very, very big part of my life. Sometimes I like to be 11 years old. I like being part of something that's bigger than me. It's good for your soul to invest in something you can't control.
You're a romantic. You have a lyrical soul. You can love under the best and worst conditions.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead 9-2. Nicky Lopez will lead us off. Little Nicky has had himself a game. 3 for 3, 3 RBI. How about 4 for 6 the other day in the first part of the doubleheader? So 7 for 9. How's that trade look so far? 7 for 9 at the plate for your Atlanta Braves. Albert Abreu will go back to work. The first pitch is a 95-mile-an-hour fastball right down Main Street for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and fouls it down the line. 0-2. Not to mention the fact Mr. Lopez also threw a scoreless inning. Take that, Shohei Ohtani. The 0-2 to Nicky. Righty-lefty matchup. Swung on. Grounded over to second. Hustling down the line is Lopez. He'll be out by a few steps, and there's one away. One down. Ronald Acuna Jr. will come back to the plate. Acuna, 1 for 2 with 2 walks. First pitch on the way, swung on. That ball's laced into right field. Just in the nick of time, Giancarlo Stanton drifts back and catches it on the warning track for out number 2. Thought that had a chance to get over his head. It's getting late early here. I just realized we missed the 7th inning stretch. We'll do that in between this inning. On this date, on 2006 in Braves history, the first pitch on the way to Michael Harris II, misses up high for a ball. It's 1-0. Matt Diaz, if you remember him, I don't know why, but he was always one of my favorite players. Ties a National League record and establishes a club mark by collecting, as the 1-0 pitch misses outside, 2-0. Collecting a hit in 10 consecutive at-bats. The 28-year-old left fielder goes 4 for 5 in Atlanta's 10-4 victory over the Nationals at RFK. The 2-0 misses 3-0. Surpassing teammate Marcus Giles, who held the previous record back in 2003. The 3-0 pitch right there for a strike up top. It's 3-1. And that's your turn back time for this date in Major League Baseball for August 14th. The 3-1 pitch down below the knees. Ball 4. Michael Harris II finds himself on first with 2 away. So 2 down. Austin Riley will go back at it. He got the scoring started here in this game with a solo shot way back in the first inning. He's 2 for 4. A solo home run, a single, 2 RBI. First pitch on the way, misses way outside and down. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch lets it fly. Fastball right there at the knees, 97. It's 1-1. The 1-1 just misses, slider down and away. Ball 2, 2-1. So a 2-1 count to Riley. Pitch on the way, swing and a miss, slider just out in front of that one. 2-2. Votes are in on the poll. 81% of y'all of 60 votes thought that Olsen would get 60. The 2-2, down and away, 3-2. Matt Olsen does stand on deck. He has just been scalding hot here in August. It's going to take a mammoth last, 6 weeks or so of the season But the way he's been swinging the bat, I just wouldn't put it past him at this point. The 3-2 to Riley. Swing! And that ball's hit high in the sky, not very deep, right field. Here comes Stanton. He'll make the catch, and that'll end the inning. So we'll head to the top of the 8th inning. Get up and stretch, Braves country. It's my bad. We should have done this last inning.
All right. I can't see you. Let me hear you. Oh, 1, 2, 3. We out to the ball game. Hey, we out to the find me something up crack her down. I don't care if I ever get back on the root for
It's a shame, for it's 1, 2, 3, stretch around and be home again. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me through.
You sound better tonight.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves lead this one 9-2 over the New York Yankees. Pierce Johnson is going to be asked to go back to work through just 7 pitches. The first 3 outs that he got. And the first pitch on the way to Cabrera, the number 9 hitter, Oswaldo Cabrera, is swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch off the plate wide, 1-1. Braves 9, Yankees 2. 9 runs, 13 hits, no errors for Atlanta, 2, 8-0 for New York. The 1-1 clips the top of the zone curveball, outer edge, it's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch. Low, high and outside, 95. Leaping to his feet to keep it from going to the backstop is Darno. 2-2. The 2-2 from Johnson. PJ lets it fly, down and in, 3-2. So Pierce Johnson down 3-2. Standing on deck as IKF in the hole is Judge. Joe Jimenez is warming up in the Atlanta bullpen. The 3-2 from Johnson. Lets it fly, swung on and dragged foul. Good curveball. I don't even know how he got a piece of that. That thing was dancing like a wiffle ball. We'll do it again. Mets lead the Pirates 7-2. So we hit the scoreboard real quick, the out-of-town scoreboard. 3-2 St. Louis. 3-3 now St. Louis and Oakland. That game is in the 7th. Texas leads Los Angeles, the Angels 5-0 in the 5th. 3-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike three. Ball's in the dirt, gets away. Darnode has to jump up and flip it down to first. Strike out and a 2-3 put out for out number one. Rest of the scoreboard looks like this. Seattle trails Kansas City 4-0 in the sixth. Arizona 2-0 over Colorado in the fifth. Baltimore and San Diego are scoreless. They just got going in the first, along with Tampa Bay and San Francisco. Excuse me. They're scoreless in the first. Miami beat Houston 5-1 earlier. First pitch on the way is a strike on the outer edge to IKF. It's 0-1. Not a whole lot of action on tonight's docket. The 0-1 pitch inside 1-1. You'll have a full slate of games tomorrow, including Braves-Yankees Game 2. 7:20 first pitch right here on Braves Country Baseball Network. The Braves will send out Elder versus Severino, the 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. They said he went around. It was a curveball in the dirt, 1-2. Atlanta would love to get Johnson through this inning. And I guess it looks like they're going to turn to Jimenez for the ninth. The big lead, I thought they might hold him off. The 1-2 pitch, swing, and that ball is going to get dropped into left field, down for a base hit. It's 1 on, 1 out. See how long they leave Pierce Johnson in. Aaron Judge comes to the plate. Judge, 1 for 3. A single in the first. The pitch on the way is curveball, misses, 1-0. Aaron Judge, of course, he hit 62 last year. Spent quite a bit of time on the shelf this year after he jammed his foot into the concrete wall out in Dodger Stadium. The 1-0 pitch, fastball on the outer edge. It's 1-1. I'd never really thought about it or even paid attention to it, but after they kind of circled it, it really is dumbfounding that they have got such a. I mean, it's a hazard out there in right field. The 1-1 pitch, right there at the knees for a strike. It's 1-2. All that money that they've put into the Los Angeles Dodgers and building the team and keeping the stadium up and to have something like that going on is really odd. The 1-2 to Judge. Pierce lets it fly, swung on, hit hard on the ground. A one-hopper scalded off the mitt of Arcia into left field. That ball was smoked. Exit velocity of 102 miles an hour. It was a short hopper that ate up Arcia. That thing was, not only was it a bullet, he had some weird sinking action, then a high hopper that goes off the glove. So runners on first and second, 1 out. Johnson in a bit of a jam. We might be seeing Jimenez before the ninth. First pitch on the way to Gleyber Torres is curveball in the dirt for a ball. It's 1-0. Judge on first. IKF on second. Torres at the plate. The 1-0 from Johnson. The righty-righty matchup swung on, banged over to third. Riley's got it, flips it to second, and it's going to be a 5-4-3 inning ending double play. So good defensive play again by Riley. My word, we'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
She left me. She left me, Dad.
I'm sorry.
After all we've been through.
I don't know what.
I trusted her.
I know, buddy.
And she left me.
I know.
This hurts so bad.
I know.
And it's like she doesn't even care.
Listen, Amy is only.
Yeah, Amy. Who are you talking about? My Uber driver. This heifer left talking about I'm taking too long. I said, bitch, I'm on my...
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. The Pirates won a game while getting no hit because of 3 walks and a fielder's choice. It's the first time since 2008 that a team has won without recording a hit. In the late 90s, higher-ups for the Red Sox wanted to replace Fenway Park with a sports megaplex. The new Fenway Park would have been next to the New England Patriots Stadium, but an agreement failed to be reached. Nick Markakis used to hold the record for most consecutive games without committing an error, but Robbie Grossman of the Detroit Tigers played his 401st game in a row without an error, setting the new record.
It all starts with just one thing. Get to know your local beekeeper. You can make sure they don't use chemicals in the hive, that they only sell surplus honey, plus locally produced honeys have a smaller carbon footprint. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Ranch Ricky graduated from Ohio Wesleyan University, struggled as a catcher for a few years in the major leagues, got a law degree but failed to drum up any clients, gratefully returned to baseball, working for the St. Louis Browns, one of the poorest teams in the majors. He moved up quickly within the organization, scout, club secretary, and in 1913, manager. Ricky was a genius at making do with less. He approached his job scientifically, introducing unusual calisthenics, batting cages, and sliding pits.
No ball player can learn to steal bases by practicing sliding into sand pits. I wouldn't ask a veteran to slide into a pit. I don't think much of this theory stuff. Miller Huggins.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves lead this one 9-2. And coming to the plate is Matt Olson. And Abreu goes back to work. The first pitch on the way to Olson, sitting at 43 home runs, leading Major League Baseball, is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. The Ice House also leads all of MLB with 107 RBI. The 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss, 97 on the outer edge. It's 1-1. Olson is 2 for 3 with 2 singles and a walk. The 1-1 pitch down below the knees, called for a low strike. That's a 9-2 strike in the bottom of the 8th. 1-2. The 1-2. Another low on this one. Misses 2-2. The 2-2 pitch off the plate wide, 3-2. Refresh that screen for y'all. Not sure what happened there. We've been doing so good all night. The 3-2 pitch. Lets it fly. Up high, ball 4. Matt Olson draws another walk. Heads down to first. One on, nobody out, and Travis d'Arnaud, who's still looking for his first hit. The first pitch on the way. Swing and fouls it back 98 miles an hour right down the gullet. Slaps up against the screen behind home plate. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Lets it fly, swung on and grounded over to short, and it's going to be a 6-4-3 double play. I know I've made this comment several times the last few weeks, but this is what we get for setting the lineup the way we do. Thankfully, it's not a big deal tonight. The Braves lead at 9-2, but it's insane that they haven't broken that up. So 2 down, and Marcell Ozuna comes to the plate. Pitch on the way, swing and a miss, 98 on the outer edge. It's 0-1. My guess would be if Ozzy actually went on the IL As the 0-1 pitch swung on, and that ball's going to get dropped down into center field, down for a base hit. Marcell Ozuna on base again. Now Marcell Ozuna continues his hitting ways with a single. 2 away, standing on first. My guess would be they may bring up Grissom and keep Lopez as the insurance policy. They're coming to the end of the minor league season, and Grissom can play second. It's shortstop that he struggled with. Remember, he was the answer to second base when Ozzie went down last year. First pitch on the way to Rosario is right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. If they want Lopez to hit more often and play more often, that could end up being a little trickier. The 0-1 in the dirt, 1-1. At that point, you might get Brandon Shoemake for defensive purposes. But remember, just a couple of weeks from now, you're going to have expanded rosters, and Grissom will be up. The 1-1 pitch swung on, and that ball is belted high and deep, going back on the track. Is it gone? It is gone. A 2-run shot, and Eddie Rosario puts one in the drink, and the Atlanta Braves lead at 11-2, 382 happy feet, 106 miles an hour off the bat. And Eddie Rosario pops one into the chop house. Kind of a hanger by Abreu. Rosario did not miss. So 11-2 your score, 2 down. The first pitch on the way to Arcia. As they want Abreu to finish this off, Braves are down to their last offensive out, assuming this lead holds. Last thing Boone and company want to do is have to get up another pitcher. The 0-1 pitch won't need to. Popped up high in the sky, drifting back, making the catch is Torres, and that'll end the inning. But not for your Atlanta Braves. Put 2 on the board. Atlanta 11, New York 2. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball. Subscribe today.
What kind of mortgage did you get?
10-year. Well, 10 over 30, so 30-year total.
What?
10-year fixed, over 30, 30-year total.
Oh, 30 years.
Okay.
Wow, you'll be paying this off in your mid-70s.
All right.
Hey, I got an idea. You know that extra bedroom? If the whole girlfriend thing never happens, that's where the nurse can live.
Okay.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
So my boss told me I could start working from home a couple years ago. He just called me and asked if I can go to the office. I moved.
They have work to do, and they should be sleeping or eating, but they would rather do without sleep or without a square meal deliberately eaten than miss a minute of a ball game, even if they go on their night turn in the mill or factory, minus the rest that should be theirs.
Baseball has been a passion of immigrants because it is a way into the United States. It's a kind of citizenship perhaps more authentic than anything which can be on a piece of paper. Sometimes it was the youngster's rebellion against his father becoming less Polish, more American by taking up baseball. But it became an enormously important part of the American identity.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Joe Jimenez will come in, try to close this one out. He'll face Giancarlo Stanton to start it off. It'll be him, Bader, and LeMahieu. Got to think big pitcher too. Edward's asking a question. The roster goes from 26 to 28, but it's a 40-man taxi squad. So 28 players every day, but 40 players at your disposal, if that makes sense. Joe Jimenez kicks and fires. The first pitch on the way. Swung on and foul back out of play. It's 0-1. Joe Jimenez, who won reliever of the month back in June, fires the 0-1 pitch. 97 up top outer shelf. Swing and a miss. It's 0-2. Jimenez, who came over in the Detroit Tigers trade from last offseason, fires the 0-2 pitch down and in. It's 1-2. Really has been one of the better arms for the Braves bullpen after a rough start in April. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike three. 97, blew it right by him on the outer edge, and there's one away. Welcome in, Eli. Hope you smash that subscribe and like. We're here pitch by pitch, play by play for your Atlanta Braves every night right here on Braves Country. The first pitch on the way from Jimenez to Bader just misses outside for a ball. It's 1-0. Harrison Bader, of course, originally a St. Louis Cardinal, played his college ball at Florida, came over in a trade a couple of years ago. The 1-0 pitch swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 1-1. Really known for his defensive ability in the outfield. He's a solid hitter, never going to be a big-time offensive threat. But defensively in the outfield, he's really shined since he's come over with the Yankees. That is correct. The magic number is 34 right now. And 43 for best record in baseball. So if the Braves win or drop to 33, it'll be Larry Bird. And for the best record in baseball, it would drop to 42. The 1-1 pitch off the plate wide. 1-2-1. Oh, that's awesome, Eli. The 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, 97 up top. Blew his doors off. It's 2-2. Check that score out west. Baltimore, they've got a 1-0 lead on San Diego. So we're Padres fans tonight trying to gain another game on the Orioles. The 2-2 pitch off the plate wide. Fastball, 97 out top. 3-2. Full count from Jimenez. JJ looks in and lets it go. Fastball swung on and fouled down the line. 3-2. With Bryce Elder on the bump tomorrow night, Morton on Wednesday night. Braves are off Thursday. A much-needed rest. 3-2 pitch swung on and lifted high. Not very deep into right field. Underneath it is Acuna for out number 2. So the way this game went and the way the Braves bullpen has been pretty well rested, they get in a jam the next couple of days, they should have pretty much the full bullpen ready to roll. We got to start seeing better outings from Elder and Morton. That's for sure. If you missed the pregame show, they're still targeting middle of September for Kyle Wright to come back. He's been moved down to Florida to get him stretched out and get him some work. First pitch on the way from Jimenez to McKinney is a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. With the minor league season coming to an end, it's harder to get those guys work there. So the spring training facilities is where they'll get a lot of work in between now and the end of the season. The 0-1 down and away. It's 1-1. The 1-1 from Jimenez kicks and fires down below the knees, 2-1. Two-one count, 2 outs. RC is laughing about something. Pitch on the way outside high, 3-1. So you got 3-1 count. Yankees are down to their last out. Jimenez would like to have a clean inning here. Finish this off. The pitch on the way, misses, ball 4. So McKinney will head down to first. And unless they pinch hit again, it'll be Anthony Volpe. McKinney had come in to bat for LeMahieu. Anthony Volpe steps in. 1 for 3. The first pitch on the way, 96 outside on the edge. For a strike, it's 0-1. Braves scored 1 in the first, 3 in the second, 4 in the third, 1 in the sixth, and 2 in the 8th. The 0-1 pitch swung on and lifted high and deep into center field, going back on the track over his head. Michael Harris not be able to make the catch. It is a high bouncer. Run will come home to score. It's 11-3 New York, and a 2-out triple by Volpe. High towering ball that really looked like Harris had a chance to run it down. We've seen him run down so many balls before, but just past his extended glove. I mean, missed it by a foot or so off his glove. So with 2 outs, runner on third. First pitch on the way, 97 on the outer edge, just kisses the black. It's 0-1. Higashioka, 0 for 3. The hind catcher, the 0-1 pitch, down and away to Higgy, 1-1. Braves 11, Yankees 3. First pitch tomorrow night, 7:20, play-by-play right here on Braves Country Baseball. The 1-1. Swing and lifts it high, but foul deep down the right field line, 1-2. The 1-2 pitch. Jimenez, 22nd pitch of the inning. Lets it fly. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Blew it right past him up top, and that'll end the game. Braves win. Braves win. Your Atlanta Braves win 11-3. Game where Max Fried, he scattered 8 hits, only got 2 strikeouts, but did go 6 innings, giving up 2 earned runs. So it is a quality start, a win for Max Fried. The loss will go to Clark Schmidt, who got banged out early. He only goes 2 1/3 innings, gave up 8 earned runs. As his ERA will balloon to 4.76. Max's ERA will go to 2.57. Max now 4-1 on the year. In game ball, I think you got to give it to Nicky Lopez. Nicky Lopez goes 3 for 4, 3 RBI, a run, and a couple of pretty good defensive plays. Braves win it. Going away 11-3. We'll be back at it tomorrow night. Braves Yankees 7:20 first pitch, where we'll have pregame show come on 6:45, and The Braves, magic number now 33. If the Orioles lose tonight, it'll go to 42 for best record. Y'all have a great night, Braves country. Braves win 11-3. Had a great time once again.
Goodbye, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart, goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country Baseball. With Mac Magee, we're proud to bring you year number 3. Braves Country Baseball comes your way Tuesdays and Friday nights and 2 more bonus games for a total of 4 games a week. You can also catch Braves Country, our daily sports talk show. We go live 3 to 5, 99.1 FM WQEE, Metro Atlanta. Other CBS, ESPN, and independent affiliates nationwide, and simulcast on youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Find Braves Country HD today wherever you stream. Your first choice for Southern sports and the deepest bench in sports talk.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Can I get another cigarette, please?
Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium. His record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, close to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of two X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Hey Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the Key all year long giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the Key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on the Key. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first, and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted, and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second, and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult, he bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, Strike two! Fraud! Cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go, and now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner.